34 now, and I've spent most of my life working in logistics, a job that demands a firm grasp on reality, schedules, and tangible facts. I'm not the type of person who sees ghosts in the curtains or monsters under the bed, but there is a specific type of silence that still makes my skin crawl, a memory of a night in the Pacific Northwest that taught me that our world has thin spots, places where the logic of a suburban street can simply dissolve if the weather is right. It happened 3 years ago. I had just moved into a small, rented house on the edge of a sleepy town called Oak Haven. It was one of those places where the forest doesn't just surround the neighborhood. It feels like it's patiently waiting for the homeowners to stop mowing their lawns so it can reclaim the dirt. My house sat at the very end of a cul-de-sac, bordered by a dense stand of Douglas firs that stayed dark even at noon. The day started out normal, monotonous, even. I had spent 12 hours at the warehouse, dealing with a botched shipment of industrial cooling units. By the time I pulled my sedan into the driveway at 9:00 p.m., I was drained. I remember stepping out of the car and noticing the air. It was heavy, not just humid, but thick, like the atmosphere had gained weight while I was at work. Then came the fog. It didn't roll in the way you see in movies with dramatic wisps and swelling music. It just appeared. One minute I could see the street lamp at the end of the block, and the next, it was nothing more than a bruised purple smudge in a sea of white wool. I stood there for a second, my keys cold in my hand, listening. The usual sounds of the night, the distant hum of the interstate, the neighbors' wind chimes, the rustle of the trees, had been completely smothered. It was the kind of silence that rings in your ears. I shrugged it off as exhaustion, went inside and locked the door. I didn't even bother with dinner. I just stripped down to my undershirt, cracked a window in the living room for some fresh air, and collapsed onto the sofa. I must have drifted off almost instantly. I woke up at 1:14 a.m. I know the exact time because the green glow of the digital clock on the TV stand was the only thing I could see. The house was freezing. I realized I'd left the window open, and the fog had actually drifted inside, hanging in thin, ghostly ribbons near the ceiling. I stood up to close the window, my joints stiff. As I reached for the sash, I looked out into the yard. The street lamp was gone now. The world outside the glass was a solid, impenetrable wall of gray. But as my hand touched the lock, I saw a movement. It was a shadow, maybe 20 feet away, right where my gravel walkway met the lawn. It was taller than a man, but unnervingly thin. It didn't walk, it drifted, a darker shade of gray against the white. My first thought was that a hiker had gotten lost in the soup. My second thought, the one that made the hair on my arms stand up, was that the figure wasn't making a single sound on the gravel. I froze, my fingers still on the window lock. I told myself it was a trick of the light, a branch swaying in a breeze I couldn't feel. I stared until my eyes ached, waiting for the shape to resolve into something mundane. "It's just a deer," I whispered to myself, "or a trick of the moisture on the glass." I stood there for 5 minutes, heart thudding against my ribs, until the shape finally vanished into the deeper mist near the woods. I slammed the window shut and locked it, the click sounding like a gunshot in the quiet house. I told myself I was being a coward. I was a grown man, tired from a long shift, getting spooked by a fog bank. I turned on the porch light, expecting the bright LED to cut through the gloom and reveal an empty yard. Instead, the light hit the fog and bounced right back at me, creating a blinding white wall. But in that fraction of a second before I looked away, I saw something on the other side of the glass. There were handprints on the outside of the window. They weren't human. The fingers were too long, the palms too narrow, and they were positioned way too high up, nearly 7 feet off the ground. And they weren't dry. They were oily, leaving a shimmering residue that caught the porch light for a heartbeat before the fog swallowed the view again. I backed away from the window, my pulse racing. Logic, I told myself. Stay logical. Maybe the previous tenant had a decoration up. Maybe it was a bird strike. But I'd washed those windows 2 days ago. They had been spotless. I retreated to the kitchen, grabbing a heavy mag light from the drawer. My instinct was screaming at me to go to the bedroom, lock the door, and wait for the sun. But the rational part of my brain, the logistics manager, needed to prove there was a normal explanation. I went to the back door, the one leading to the small wooden deck. I told myself I'd just peek out, see if there was a stray animal or a neighbor in trouble. I cracked the back door open just an inch. The air that hit my face was unnaturally cold, smelling of wet earth and something metallic, like old coins. I listened. Tip, tip, tip. It was the sound of something rhythmic, something tapping against the wooden pylons of the deck. It was slow, deliberate. Tip, tip, tip. I swung the flashlight beam out into the mist. The light struggled to penetrate more than 5 feet. I aimed it down at the deck floor. There, right at the edge of the light, was a pile of clothes. I stepped out, my boots creaking on the damp wood. I leaned over, shining the light directly on the heap. It was a yellow raincoat, crumpled and soaked. Beside it was a single rubber boot. My stomach did a slow roll. These belonged to the neighbor's kid, a 7-year-old named Toby who played in the woods constantly. Toby, I called out. My voice sounded flat, eaten by the fog. Toby, are you out here? No answer, just that rhythmic tapping from underneath the deck boards. I knelt down, the cold dampness of the wood seeping into my jeans. I moved the flashlight beam toward the gap between the deck and the house siding. The tapping stopped instantly. I saw a face. It wasn't Toby. It wasn't even human. It was a pale, elongated mask of a face tucked into the dark crawlspace beneath the house. It had no nose, just 2 vertical slits and eyes that didn't reflect the flashlight beam. They seemed to absorb it. It was clutching something in its long, spindly fingers. It was Toby's other boot. The thing didn't snarl. It didn't move. It just stared at me with those void-like eyes. And then it did something that shattered my ability to think. It spoke. But it didn't use its own voice. It used mine. Toby, it whispered, the inflection identical to how I had just called out. Toby, are you out here? The sound was perfect. The same rasp, the same rising pitch of concern. It was a recording played back through a throat made of wet leather. I didn't think. I didn't process. I scrambled backward, tripping over the yellow raincoat, and lunged back inside the house. I slammed the sliding door and engaged the security bar. My hands were shaking so hard I dropped the flashlight, and it rolled across the linoleum, the beam sweeping over the kitchen cabinets like a searchlight. I stood in the center of the kitchen, gasping for air. I needed to call the police. I needed to call 911. I reached for my phone on the counter, but my eyes drifted to the window above the sink. The fog was pressed right up against the glass now, and there, etched into the condensation on the inside, asterisk the inside asterisk, of the pane, were 3 words written in a shaky, childlike hand. Let US in. I stared at the words, my brain refusing to accept what I was seeing. The window was locked. The screen was intact. I had been in the house alone. How could something have written on the inside of the glass? Then I heard it, a soft, wet thud from the hallway, then another. Something was in the house with me. The realization hit me like a physical blow, the violation of expectation. I had assumed the walls and locks meant safety. I had assumed the threat was asterisk outside in the fog. But the fog wasn't just weather. It was a shroud, a way for things to move through boundaries that shouldn't be movable. I grabbed a steak knife from the wooden block on the counter. It felt pathetic, a tiny sliver of steel against whatever was mimicking my voice. I backed into the corner of the kitchen, the only place where I had a clear view of both the hallway and the living room. From the darkness of the hall, a figure began to emerge. It was tall, too tall for the ceiling, forcing it to hunch over at a sickening angle. Its limbs were like polished driftwood, gray and knotted. It didn't have clothes, but its skin was textured like the bark of the fir trees outside. It stopped just where the kitchen light met the hallway shadows. It tilted its head, a slow, clicking movement. "Logic," it whispered. It was my voice again, but this time it sounded distorted, like a corrupted audio file. "Stay logical." I couldn't breathe. My lungs felt like they were filled with the same thick fog that was suffocating the town. I watched as the thing raised a hand with fingers that ended in blunt, black tips. It reached out and touched the wall, leaving a streak of that same oily residue. "What do you want?" I choked out, the knife trembling in my hand. The creature's mouth, the slit below those void eyes, widened. It didn't have teeth. It had rows of small, vibrating needles. "Secrets," it hissed. "The fog holds secrets." It took a step forward. The floorboards didn't creak. It was weightless, a nightmare made of vapor and malice. I knew then that I couldn't fight this. You can't stab a shadow. You can't outrun a ghost. My only hope was the car. The car was a cage of metal and glass, and if I could reach it, I could drive. I could drive until the sun came up. I didn't wait for it to make another move. I bolted. I didn't go for the front door. The creature was blocking the main path. Instead, I threw myself at the kitchen window. I didn't try to unlock it. I grabbed a heavy cast iron skillet from the stove and shattered the glass. I dove through the frame, ignoring the shards that sliced into my palms and chest. I landed hard on the damp mulch outside and scrambled to my feet. The fog was even thicker now, a white soup that felt like cold, wet wool in my throat. I couldn't see my car. I couldn't see the street. I ran toward where I thought the driveway was. Behind me, I heard the house. Not the sound of a door opening, but the sound of the house exhaling. A long, low whistle of wind rushing through the broken window. "I'm here," a voice called out from the mist. It was Toby's voice, high-pitched, terrified. "Help me, I'm over here." I stopped. My heart screamed at me to run, but the sound of a child in pain is a hard thing to ignore, even when you know it's a trap. "Toby," I yelled. "Over here, by the trees." I turned toward the woods. I saw a flash of yellow, the raincoat. It was moving through the trees about 30 yards away. I started toward it, my boots heavy in the mud. But as I got closer, I realized the yellow shape was too high. It was floating 6 feet off the ground. The creature was holding the coat like a lure. I spun around, realizing I'd been led away from the driveway. I heard a low, vibrating hum, the sound of dozens of those needle teeth rubbing together. It was coming from all around me. I ran. I didn't look for landmarks. I just ran in the direction of the road. I burst through a thicket of briars, the thorns tearing at my skin, and suddenly my shins hit something hard and cold. My car. I fumbled for the keys in my pocket, my fingers slick with blood and fog grime. I hit the unlock button. The chirrup of the alarm was the most beautiful thing I'd ever heard. I yanked the door open, dove inside, and slammed the lock. I didn't turn on the lights. I didn't want to see what was standing at the window. I cranked the engine, threw the car into reverse, and floored it. I hit something soft that gave way with a sickening thump asterisk. But I didn't stop. I backed out of the driveway, swung the wheel, and raced down the street. I drove for 20 minutes at 40 miles per hour, unable to see more than 10 feet in front of my bumper. Finally, as I crossed the bridge leading out of Oakhaven, the fog began to thin. The stars appeared, cold and distant, and the air inside the car finally began to warm. I didn't stop until I reached a 24-hour diner 10 miles away. I sat in a booth, shivering, my hands wrapped around a mug of coffee I couldn't drink. When the local sheriff's deputy walked in for his midnight break, I practically tackled him. I told him everything. The fog, the handprints, the creature, the voice. I expected him to laugh. I expected him to call me crazy. Instead, he just sighed and sat down across from me. He looked at my bleeding hands, then out at the dark road. "You're the third one this month," he said quietly. "Always when the fog gets that specific shade of gray." "What is it?" I demanded. "What's in those woods?" The deputy took a slow sip of his coffee. "The folks who lived here before the developers came, they called it the echo. It's not a ghost and it's not an animal. It's something that got left behind when the world was finished. It collects things, voices, memories, raincoats." "Toby," I whispered, "the neighbor's kid, is he?" The deputy didn't answer. He just looked away. I never went back to that house. I hired a moving company to get my things, telling them I'd had a family emergency. They told me later that when they arrived, all the windows in the house were open, and the interior was covered in a thin layer of fine gray ash. I live in the city now on the 12th floor of a concrete high-rise. There are no trees here, no Douglas firs to hide the sun. But sometimes, on humid nights when the clouds hang low over the skyscrapers, I'll be sitting in my living room and I'll hear it. A soft tapping on the glass of my balcony door. Tip, tip, tip. And then a voice will drift through the vents. It's my own voice. It sounds tired. It sounds like it's been working a 12-hour shift. "Logic," it whispers. "Stay logical." I don't look at the windows anymore. I just turn up the TV and wait for the sun, because I know now that the fog doesn't just hold secrets, it keeps them. And eventually, it comes back to collect the rest of the story. The silence of my high-rise apartment used to be a sanctuary, a clinical box of glass and steel designed to keep the organic chaos of the world at bay. But as the third anniversary of that night in Oak Haven approached, the silence began to change. It was no longer the absence of sound. It was a physical weight, a vacuum waiting to be filled. I sat on my designer sofa, the blue light of the television flickering against the minimalist gray walls. The news was on mute, scrolling text about interest rates and highway pileups, but my attention was fixed on the balcony door. Outside, the city of Seattle was vanishing. A marine layer was rolling in off the sound, swallowing the Space Needle first, then the surrounding cranes, until the glowing amber grids of the neighboring skyscrapers were snuffed out one by one. I told myself it was different. This was salt air and urban pollution, not the primordial soup of the deep woods. But then came the vibration. It started in the soles of my feet, a low-frequency hum that seemed to emanate from the building's very bones. I stood up, my knees popping in the quiet room. I walked to the glass, my reflection ghosting over the encroaching white wall outside. I reached out, hesitant, and pressed my palm against the pane. It was vibrating, not like a passing truck or a tectonic shift, but like a purr, a rhythmic, biological, mechanical thrum. Tip, tip, tip. The sound didn't come from the glass this time. It came from the hallway behind me. I spun around, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. My front door was double bolted. I had installed a secondary deadbolt and a heavy-duty security bar 6 months ago. The hallway was empty, bathed in the soft, recessed amber of the mood lighting. But at the base of the door, a thin, wispy finger of gray vapor was curling inward, snaking across the dark hardwood floor. It shouldn't have been possible. The apartment was climate-controlled, sealed against the elements. Yet the fog was manifesting inside the air itself, condensing out of nothingness. Logic, I whispered, the word a plea to a god that had long since abandoned me. Pressure differentials, high humidity, faulty HVAC. Faulty HVAC, a voice replied. It came from the bathroom. It was my voice, the voice of a man who had spent too many hours shouting over the roar of forklifts. It was tired, gravelly, and perfectly pitched. I backed toward the balcony, my hand fumbling for the handle before I remembered the 12-story drop. I was trapped between the sky and the hallway. I grabbed a heavy glass decanter from the sideboard, the crystal cold and useless in my grip. The bathroom door creaked open. It didn't swing wide. It moved an inch at a time, as if whatever was behind it was savoring the friction of the hinges. The gray vapor spilled out in a heavy carpet, obscuring the floor. First came the hand. It gripped the doorframe at shoulder height. The fingers were longer than I remembered, the skin not just bark-like now, but translucent, showing dark, sluggish fluids moving through thick veins. The black, blunt tips of the fingers dug into the white paint, leaving oily indentations. Then the head tilted into view. The mask-like face was narrower, the vertical slits of its nose pulsing with a wet, rhythmic contraction. The eyes remained two pits of absolute shadow, devoid of any glint from the apartment lights. It didn't move toward me. It just stood there, half shrouded in the mist it brought with it. "You left the raincoat," it whispered. It wasn't using my voice anymore. It was using Toby S., the high, innocent tenor of a 7-year-old boy. "He's cold, David, he's so cold." The use of my name felt like a physical violation. I had never told the creature my name. I had never told the fog anything. "Get out," I croaked, my voice cracking. "I'll call the police, The deputy knows," the creature said, switching back to my voice mid-sentence. "He knows secrets." The thing stepped fully into the living room. Its body was a horrifying contradiction of biology. Limbs that seemed too thin to support its height, yet moved with a fluid, predatory grace that suggested immense strength. As it moved, I realized it wasn't walking on the floor. It was stepping through asterisk it, its feet sinking an inch into the wood as if the apartment were made of nothing more than smoke. I realized then that the Oak Haven deputy hadn't been giving me a warning. He'd been giving me a eulogy. The echo wasn't a local phenomenon. It was a hunter that used the fog as its medium, a predator that could travel anywhere the atmosphere allowed it to thin. And I had brought the scent of it with me in my very marrow. The creature raised its other hand. In its grip was something small and sodden. It dropped it on the rug. It was Toby's other rubber boot, the one I had seen it clutching under the deck 3 years ago. It sat there, a bright yellow stain on my expensive Persian rug, dripping dark, brackish water that smelled of ancient peat and copper. "A trade," the creature hissed. Its chest expanded, the needle teeth in its throat beginning to vibrate, creating that same low hum I'd felt in my feet. "I don't have anything for you," I said, my back pressed against the balcony glass. "You have the memory," it replied. "The logistics, the schedules, the firm grasp on reality." It lunged. It didn't run. It simply ceased to be across the room and reappeared inches from my face. The smell was overwhelming, the stench of 1,000 years of rotting leaves and the cold, metallic tang of deep earth. I swung the decanter, but it passed through the creature's head as if I were striking a cloud. The glass shattered against the balcony door behind it, showering me in shards. The creature's spindly fingers closed around my throat. They weren't solid, yet they were agonizingly cold, like being choked by bands of dry ice. I couldn't breathe. The world began to dim at the edges, the blue light of the TV spinning into a kaleidoscope of static. As my vision blurred, I didn't see the creature's face. I saw the fog. It was flowing into my mouth, into my nostrils, filling my lungs with a heavy, wet weight. I felt my thoughts beginning to fray. I saw the warehouse, the cooling units, the schedules I had memorized, all of it being pulled out of me, filed away into the gray. Logic, a voice whispered in the back of my mind. It wasn't my voice. It wasn't the creatures. It was the house in Oak Haven. It was the trees. Logic is a wall, but the wall has thin spots. In a final, desperate burst of adrenaline, I didn't pull away. I leaned forward, thrusting my hands into the creature's chest. My arms went in up to the elbows. It felt like sticking my limbs into a freezer full of wet wool. I felt something inside it, not a heart, but a core. A cold, hard knot of something that felt like a smooth river stone. I gripped it and pulled. The creature let out a sound that wasn't a voice. It was the sound of a forest groaning under the weight of a winter storm, a splintering, tectonic shriek. The fog in the room exploded. The force of the blast shattered the balcony door. The vacuum of the night air rushed in, and for a second, I was suspended in the threshold between the apartment and the abyss. I felt myself falling, the cold wind of the 12th floor whipping past my ears. I hit the balcony railing with a bone-shattering thud, my legs dangling over the edge. I scrambled for purchase, my fingers bleeding as I clawed at the concrete. Inside the apartment, the creature was gone. The fog was retreating, sucked out through the broken glass and into the night sky like smoke into a flue. The yellow boot remained on the rug, a solitary, silent witness. I pulled myself back onto the balcony floor, gasping, my chest heaving. My hands were stained with that oily, iridescent residue, and as I watched, it began to evaporate into the air. I stayed there for hours, huddled against the brickwork, watching the sun rise over the Cascades. The light didn't feel warm. It felt like a spotlight on a crime scene. When I finally gathered the courage to go back inside, the apartment was a wreck. The shattered glass, the broken decanter, the stained rug. I walked to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. My eyes were different. The iris hadn't changed color, but the depth was gone. They looked flat, like a photograph of an eye rather than the thing itself. And when I tried to remember the name of the company I worked for, or the street I grew up on, or the face of my mother, there was nothing, just a gray, muffled silence. The logistics were gone. The firm grasp on reality had been loosened. I walked to the kitchen and picked up a pen. I wanted to write down what had happened, to leave a record before the rest of it dissolved. But as I touched the paper, I realized I didn't know how to form the letters anymore. The logic of language was a thin spot that had finally given way. I looked out the window. The city was clear now, the morning sun sparkling off the water. But in the distance, out toward the mountains, I could see a single, isolated bank of white clouds. It wasn't moving with the wind. It was sitting still, waiting. I sat down at my kitchen table and waited too. I didn't feel fear anymore. You need a sense of self to feel fear, and that was one of the things the echo had taken. I just felt a quiet, hollow curiosity. I looked at the yellow boot on the rug and wondered if Toby was still in there, somewhere in the gray, waiting for someone to play with. I reached out and touched the condensation on the window. My finger moved of its own accord, tracing a shape I didn't recognize. It wasn't a word, it was a map of the thin spots. And as I watched, the fog began to rise from the harbor, climbing the sides of the building like a living thing. I didn't lock the door. I didn't close the window. There was no point. The secrets were out, and the silence was finally beginning to speak. The map I had traced on the glass began to frost over, the moisture from my own breath crystallizing into jagged, crystalline veins. I stared at my hand, the fingers long and pale, wondering when they had become so thin. The iridescent residue had vanished from my skin, but the sensation remained, a phantom cold that felt as though my marrow had been replaced with slush. I tried to remember the layout of the city, the grid of streets that usually felt like a safety net, but the mental image was dissolving. The skyscrapers weren't steel and stone anymore. In my mind, they were becoming tall, gray trees, their windows like the unblinking eyes of owls. The elevator down the hall chimed. It was a mundane sound, a mechanical heartbeat of urban life, but it felt like a thunderclap in the hollowed-out shell of my apartment. I didn't move. I heard the heavy slide of the doors, then the rhythmic, heavy footsteps of someone who belonged in this world, someone with a weight and a shadow. Mr. Henderson. The voice was muffled by the heavy oak of my front door. It was the night doorman, Ray. He was a good man, a retired merchant marine who smelled of peppermint and old wool. Mr. Henderson, we got a call from the unit below yours. Said they heard glass breaking. You all right in there? I opened my mouth to answer, but the mechanism of speech felt rusted. I knew the words "I'm fine" and "don't come in," but they felt like heavy stones I couldn't lift. Instead, a sound vibrated in my throat that didn't belong to me. It was the high, whistling sigh of wind passing through a broken window pane. I clamped my hand over my mouth, my eyes widening. Mr. Henderson, I'm coming in. I've got the master key. The lock turned with a metallic asterisk clack. The door swung open, and the warm, yellow light from the hallway spilled across the dark hardwood, cutting through the lingering wisps of gray vapor like a blade. Ray stood there, his hand on his belt, his brow furrowed in genuine concern. He took one step into the room and stopped. He didn't see me at first. He saw the shattered balcony door, the curtains whipping in the cold morning air like funeral shrouds. He saw the broken crystal on the floor, and then his eyes traveled to the center of the rug. "What in the hell?" he whispered. He was looking at Toby's boot. It was still wet, still dripping that impossible ancient water. In the light of the hallway, the yellow rubber looked sickly, like the skin of a bruised fruit. "Ray," I tried to say. He jumped, his head snapping toward the kitchen table where I sat in the shadows. He squinted, his hand reaching for the light switch. "Mr. Henderson, is that you? God, you look like you've seen a ghost." The light flicked on. The sudden glare was agonizing. I flinched, pulling back into the corner, my hands coming up to shield my face. Ray gasped, taking a step back toward the door. "Your hands," he stammered. "David, your hands." I looked down. They weren't just pale. They were turning translucent. I could see the white of my carpal bones, the dark, thready pulse of my veins. And beneath the skin, something was moving. Small, rhythmic ripples, like insects burrowing under the surface of a pond. "Stay back," I managed to croak. The voice was mine again, but it felt thin, like a recording played at the wrong speed. "The fog. Ray, don't breathe the fog." "There's no fog in here, son," Ray said, his voice trembling. He reached for the radio on his belt. "I'm calling an ambulance. You're in shock. You've had some kind of accident." "Look at the boot," I screamed, the sound tearing at my throat. "Where did it come from, Ray? How did it get to the 12th floor?" Ray looked at the boot, then back at me. His expression shifted from concern to a terrible, blank confusion. "What boot?" "David, there's nothing there but a wet spot on the rug." The realization hit me like a physical blow. The echo didn't just take things. It replaced them with voids that only its victims could see. To Ray, the evidence of my nightmare was invisible, a glitch in the reality he still inhabited. To him, I was just a man losing his mind in a broken room. "It's here," I whispered, looking past him into the hallway. The gray vapor wasn't coming from the balcony anymore. It was coming from the elevator shaft. It was pouring out from under the doors of the other apartments, a silent, rising tide. It wasn't a weather pattern. It was a harvest. "Ray, get out," I said, my voice dropping to a low, vibrating hum. I could feel the needle teeth beginning to itch in the back of my own throat. The transformation wasn't just external. The echo wasn't just a hunter, it was a contagion. It didn't just kill you, it invited you into the fold. It turned you into a secret. "I'm not leaving you like this," Ray said, stepping forward, his hand outstretched. As he crossed the threshold of the living room, the air seemed to thicken. His movements slowed, his eyes glazing over. He looked down at his own feet, his brow furrowing. It's getting cold in here, he muttered. Did you leave the AC on? He stumbled, his boots splashing into the puddle that only I could see. The moment his skin made contact with the brackish water, he shivered violently. The peppermint smell that always followed him evaporated, replaced by the scent of wet mulch and old, forgotten things. Ray, run! I tried to shove him, but my hands passed through his shoulders. I was losing my density, becoming a smudge of charcoal against the bright white of the room. Ray didn't run. He turned in a slow circle, his mouth hanging open. I can hear my mother, he whispered. She's calling me from the porch, but she's been gone 20 years. It's not her, I said, but the words were losing their meaning even to me. It's the echo, it's the memory of her. The gray wall outside the window surged forward, swallowing the balcony entirely. The light in the apartment began to dim, not because the bulbs were failing, but because the air was becoming opaque. The shadows in the corners of the room began to stretch and detach themselves from the walls. They weren't just shapes, they were figures. I saw a man in a delivery uniform. I saw a woman in a nightgown holding a rotary phone. And there, standing by the shattered glass, was Toby. He wasn't wearing the raincoat anymore. He was just a pale, flickering outline, his eyes two dark holes of longing. Help me, Toby's voice drifted through the room, but it came from Ray's mouth. Ray's face was beginning to slacken, the lines of his age smoothing out into that terrifying, mask-like blankness. He looked at me, but he didn't see David Henderson anymore. He saw a gateway. Is it always this quiet? Ray asked, his voice now a perfect imitation of the wind. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my chest, the last flicker of my humanity trying to hold on. I looked at the map I had drawn on the window. It wasn't a map of the city. It was a map of the gaps between seconds, the places where logic failed and the fog took root. I realized then that I couldn't save Ray. I couldn't even save myself, but I could choose which side of the secret I wanted to be on. I reached out and grabbed the yellow boot. This time, it felt solid. It felt heavy and real, the only anchor in a world of dissolving edges. Take it, I hissed, thrusting the boot toward the figure of Toby. The boy's outline brightened. He stepped forward, his small, translucent hand reaching out. As he took the boot, a surge of static electricity buckled my knees. The apartment vanished. The city vanished. For a heartbeat, I was back in Oak Haven. I was standing in the mud, the Douglas firs looming over me like giants. I saw the house, its windows glowing with a soft, inviting light. I saw the creature, the original one standing by the tree line. It wasn't attacking, it was waiting. It opened its mouth and 1,000 voices spilled out. They weren't screaming, they were singing. A low, droning hum that sounded like the earth itself breathing. Join us, the song said. Forget the schedules, forget the logistics, forget the weight of being real. I felt the last of my memories being pulled into the chorus. The face of the deputy, the smell of the diner coffee, the sound of my car engine. They were being filed away, stored in the great gray library where nothing is ever lost and nothing is ever truly alive. I looked back at Ray. He was standing in the middle of a white void, his doorman's uniform fading into a shroud of mist. He looked peaceful. The confusion was gone. He was becoming a secret just like me. Logic, I whispered one last time. The word felt foreign, a jagged piece of metal in a world made of silk. I let it go. The fog rushed into the vacuum left behind. I felt my body stretch, my limbs lengthening, my skin hardening into the texture of ancient bark. My vision shifted, the world turning into a spectrum of vibrations and echoes. I could see the heat of a bird's heart 3 miles away. I could hear the thoughts of a woman waking up in a penthouse across the street, her mind a frantic jumble of to-do lists and anxieties. She was afraid of the weather. She was afraid of the gray clouds pressing against her window. I drifted toward the glass. I didn't need a door. I didn't need a key. I was the atmosphere. I was the humidity. I was the thing that happens when the sun forgets to rise. I pressed my long, translucent fingers against the pane of her bedroom window. Tip, tip, tip. She sat up in bed, her breath catching in her throat. She looked at the window, but all she saw was the morning mist. She didn't see the face watching her. She didn't see the needle teeth vibrating in the back of my throat. "Is someone there?" she asked, her voice trembling. I leaned closer, the fog from my lungs coating the glass in a fine gray frost. I searched through the library of voices I now possessed, looking for the right one. I found a voice that sounded like her father, dead 10 years. I found a voice that sounded like her first love. But I chose the one that would hurt the most. I chose the voice of the man who used to live in Unit 1204, the man who cared about logistics. "Logic," I whispered through the vents, my voice a tired, gravelly rasp. "Stay logical." She screamed, but the sound was muffled by the heavy, wet wool of the air. The fog didn't just hold her secret. It was beginning to swallow her story. I moved on to the next window. There were so many voices to collect, so many memories to harvest. The city was a forest of glass, and the harvest was plenty. Back in the apartment, the sun finally broke through the marine layer. The police would arrive an hour later to find an empty room. They would find a shattered balcony door and a single, wet footprint on a Persian rug. They would find a master key on the floor and a doorman who had simply vanished between floors. The lead investigator would stand by the window, looking out at the clear blue sky, feeling a strange, inexplicable chill. He would check his watch, noting the time, trying to make sense of the logistics of a double disappearance in a high-security building. "Doesn't make sense," he would mutter to his partner. "People don't just turn into smoke." But as he spoke, he would notice a faint, rhythmic tapping on the glass behind him. Tip, tip, tip. He wouldn't turn around. Not yet. He was a man of facts, a man of evidence. He would tell himself it was just the building settling. He would tell himself it was just the wind. But deep down, in the part of his brain that still remembered the dark, he knew. He knew that the fog was just outside, and it was patient. It had all the time in the world to wait for the rest of the story. And as the investigator reached for his notebook, he would find that he had forgotten how to write his own name. The first thin spot had appeared. The echo had found a new listener. The world went on, bright and loud and busy, but in the shadows of the skyscrapers and the hollows of the trees, the gray was growing. It was a silent, shifting kingdom, built on the things we choose to forget. And every time the humidity rose, every time the clouds hung low and the air smelled of copper and damp earth, the gates would open. I was no longer David Henderson. I was a vibration in the mist. I was a whisper in the vent. I was the secret that everyone knows but no one dares to tell. And I was hungry for more. The investigator, a man named Miller who prided himself on the calluses of his psyche, rubbed his thumb against the grain of his leather notebook. The texture felt wrong, too smooth, like soapstone. He looked at his partner, a younger man named Kavik who was currently kneeling by the shattered glass of the balcony door. Kavik was poking at a shard with a gloved finger, his brow furrowed in the way men do when they are trying to solve a puzzle with missing pieces. "Forensics is going to have a field day with this," Kavik said, his voice echoing slightly in the hollowed-out living room. "No blood, no signs of a struggle, just a lot of broken, expensive things and a missing doorman who hasn't checked his radio in 40 minutes. Miller didn't answer. He was staring at the rug. There was a damp patch there, shaped vaguely like a footprint, but the water didn't look like tap water or rain. It had a dull, leaden sheen to it, refusing to soak into the fibers. It sat on top of the wool like mercury. He felt a sudden, irrational urge to step on it, to see if it would splash or if it would simply swallow his shoe. Miller, Kovic stood up, dusting off his trousers. "You okay? You're staring." "The doorman," Miller said, his voice sounding like it was coming from a long way off. "Ray, he was a creature of habit, 30 years in the Merchant Marines. You don't just walk off a shift because you're bored. You don't leave your master keys on the floor of a crime scene." "Maybe he saw something he shouldn't have," Kovic suggested, walking toward the kitchen. "Maybe Henderson took him, kidnapping followed by a jump, but there's no body on the pavement. We checked 3 times, 12 stories up, and the guy just, floated away." Miller walked to the window. The city was breathtakingly clear, the kind of sharp, clinical blue that usually followed a storm. But as he leaned his forehead against the glass, he saw it. Down in the shadows between the buildings, where the sun couldn't reach, there were pockets of gray. They weren't moving. They weren't dissipating. They looked like solid blocks of marble carved into the shape of clouds, wedged into the alleyways. Tip, tip, tip. The sound was faint, a rhythmic clicking against the exterior of the pane. Miller squinted. There was nothing there. No birds, no debris caught in the wind. Just the glass, vibrating with a frequency that made his teeth ache. "Kovic," Miller called out, not taking his eyes off the alleyway. "What was the name of the company Henderson worked for?" There was a long silence from the kitchen. Miller turned around. Kovic was standing by the table, a pen in his hand, staring at a blank notepad. His face was pale, his mouth slightly agape. I was just looking at his mail," Kovic stammered. "The envelopes, they're blank, Miller." "What do you mean, blank?" "I mean there's no return address, no stamps, no names, it's just white paper." Kovic held up a utility bill. To Miller's eyes across the room, it looked normal. But as Kovic walked closer, the letters began to shimmer. By the time the paper was 6 inches from Miller's face, the ink had dissolved into a series of gray, oily smears. Miller felt a cold spike of dread drive through his gut. He reached for his own notebook, the one he had carried for 15 years. He flipped to the first page, where he kept his emergency contacts and his badge number. The pages were white, every single one of them. The ink hadn't just faded, it had been retracted, pulled back into the void of the paper, as if the information it held no longer had a right to exist. "We need to get out of here," Miller whispered. "The elevator," Kovic said, his voice rising in pitch. "We should take the stairs. The elevator felt heavy when we came up." They moved toward the door, their footsteps sounding unnaturally loud in the silent apartment. As Miller stepped over the threshold, he glanced back at the rug one last time. The damp patch was gone. In its place was a small, yellow rubber boot. It was pristine, bright, and utterly impossible. "Did you see that?" Miller gasped, pointing. Kovic turned. "See what? The rug. It's dry, Miller. Let's go." They hit the hallway, the fluorescent lights overhead flickering with a rhythmic, pulsing hum. The air here was colder than it had been 10 minutes ago. It smelled of ozone and wet cedar. Miller reached for the heavy steel door of the stairwell, but as his hand closed around the handle, the metal felt soft. It yielded under his grip like unbaked dough. "Kovic, look at the door," Miller said, his voice trembling. But Kovic wasn't looking at the door. He was looking down the long, carpeted hallway toward the elevators. The silver doors were closed, but a thick, opaque vapor was beginning to seep from the seams. It didn't drift. It poured out in heavy, curdled ribbons, pooling on the floor like spilled milk. "Is that smoke?" Kovic reached for his radio. "Dispatch, this is Kovic. We have a possible fire at 12:04, heavy smoke coming from the..." He stopped. He pulled the radio away from his face and stared at it. The plastic casing was turning translucent. He could see the copper wiring inside, the green circuit board, the tiny battery. And then the components began to drift apart, floating within the ghost of the radio like specimens in formaldehyde. "Miller, my hand," Kavik choked out. Miller watched in paralyzed horror as his partner's fingers began to lose their definition. The edges of Kavik's silhouette were blurring, becoming fuzzy and gray, like a photograph taken with a shaky hand. "Run," Miller commanded, though his own legs felt like they were made of water. They bolted for the stairs. The door gave way with a sickening, wet sound, the metal stretching into long, metallic tendons before snapping. They tumbled into the stairwell, but the concrete steps weren't there. Instead, there was a spiraling descent of gray, misty platforms that seemed to lead nowhere and everywhere at once. "Don't look down," Miller yelled, grabbing Kavik by the collar of his jacket. The jacket felt like cobwebs. It tore in Miller's hand, the fabric dissolving into fine gray dust. They scrambled down the first flight, but the numbers on the wall were wrong. Instead of 11, the wall bore a symbol that looked like a jagged, three-pointed eye. The air was becoming so thick they had to swim through it, their lungs burning with the taste of cold ash. I can't remember why we're here," Kavik panted, his voice now a thin, reedy whistle. "Miller, who are you?" "I'm your partner. We're cops, Kavik. Think about the station. Think about the coffee. Think about the drive in this morning." "The drive?" Kavik slowed down, his eyes turning flat and depthless. "I remember a bridge, but the bridge wasn't over water. It was over a forest of gray trees." "No, that's not right," Miller said, but even as he spoke, his own memories were being scrubbed clean. He tried to picture his wife's face, but all he saw was a smudge of white light. He tried to remember his home address, but the numbers slipped through his mind like sand. They reached the next landing. The door was open. Standing in the doorway was a man. He was wearing a doorman's uniform, but the brass buttons were gone, replaced by small, round holes that bled gray light. "Ray," Miller gasped. The figure turned. It wasn't Ray. It was a shell, a hollowed-out memory of a man. His skin was the color of a rainy Tuesday, and his eyes were two wide, staring voids. He held out a hand, and in his palm sat a small, iridescent marble. "The secrets," the thing that was Ray whispered. The voice didn't come from its throat. It came from the walls, the air, the very marrow of Miller's bones. "They don't want to be kept anymore. They want to be heard." Kavik stepped toward the figure, his hand outstretched as if in a trance. "Kavik, no." Miller tried to grab him, but his own arm was now a pale, shimmering wisp. He watched as his partner's hand touched the marble. In an instant, Kavik was gone. There was no flash of light, no sound. He simply ceased to be a solid object. He folded into the gray, his body stretching and thinning until he was nothing more than a plume of smoke that the Ray thing inhaled with a long, satisfied sigh. Miller fell back against the wall. He was alone now. The stairwell was no longer a stairwell. It was a throat, a long, vertical gullet of stone and mist, waiting for him to slide down. He looked at his hands. They were almost entirely gone. He could see the jagged eye symbol through his own palms. He felt a strange, terrifying peace wash over him. The fear was the last thing to go, the frantic biological urge to survive. Without his memories, without his identity, there was nothing left to protect. He looked up. The ceiling of the stairwell had vanished, replaced by a swirling vortex of gray clouds. And there, floating in the center of the storm, was a house. A small wooden house with a porch and a glowing window. He knew that house. He had never been there, but he knew it. It was the place where the thin spots began. "Logic," Miller whispered, the word feeling like a prayer to a dead god. A face appeared in the mist above him. It was a face he vaguely recognized. A man with sharp features and eyes that looked like photographs of eyes. The man smiled, and the smile was full of needle teeth. "Welcome to the Echo, Miller," the face said. The voice was a perfect imitation of Kavik S. "Don't worry about the reports. We've already filed them for you." Miller felt himself being lifted. The gravity of the world had finally let go. He drifted upward, his body becoming part of the rising tide of vapor. He saw the city below him, but it wasn't the Seattle he knew. It was a vast, sprawling map of white lines and gray voids, a blueprint of a world that had forgotten how to be real. He passed through the walls of the building as if they were made of silk. He saw the people in their offices, their apartments, their cars. They were all so busy, so heavy, so certain of their own existence. He wanted to scream at them, to tell them that the fog was already in their lungs, already in their clocks, already eating the ink out of their ledgers. But he had no voice. He only had the whistle of the wind. He drifted toward the harbor, toward the great bank of clouds that sat over the water. As he entered the mist, the noise of the world finally fell silent. There was only the hum, the beautiful, terrifying hum of 1,000 voices sharing a single secret. He saw Toby there, playing with his yellow boot in a puddle of liquid moonlight. He saw Ray, polished and quiet, standing guard over a door that led to nowhere. And he saw Henderson, sitting at a kitchen table that floated in the middle of the sky, tracing maps on the air with a finger made of frost. Miller took his place among them. He was a secret now. He was a thin spot. Down on the street, a woman pulled her coat tighter against her chest as a sudden, cold breeze swept past her. She looked up at the sky, frowning at the way the morning sun seemed to be losing its warmth. She checked her watch, but the hands were spinning backward. She shook it, confused, and for a split second, she thought she heard a man's voice whispering her name from the storm drain. She hurried on, her heels clicking against the pavement. Tip, tip, tip. She didn't look back. She didn't see the gray ribbon of smoke that followed her, clinging to her shadow, waiting for the moment she forgot who she was. The fog outside didn't just hold secrets. It was the secret, and it was finally, mercifully, beginning to speak to everyone. High above the city, the yellow boot fell from the sky. It drifted down like a leaf, silent and bright, landing on the roof of a moving bus. It stayed there, a solitary, silent witness, as the vehicle disappeared into the white wall of the morning, heading toward the mountains where the trees were tall and the silence was absolute. The harvest had only just begun. The logic of the world was a thin spot and the echo was patient. It would wait until every letter was erased, every memory stored, and every shadow detached, until there was nothing left but the gray and the quiet and the map of the things that used to be. The yellow boot did not fall alone. It was followed by a rain of small, inconsequential things. A silver wedding band that no longer fit a finger, a dry cleaner's receipt for a coat that had never been picked up, and a single, rusted house key that opened a door which had been demolished in 1994. They tumbled through the thinning veil of the atmosphere, landing softly in the gutters of the city, ignored by the commuters who were already beginning to lose their grip on the morning. In the back of the bus, a woman named Alina stared at the condensation on the window. She reached out to trace a smiley face in the moisture, but as her fingertip touched the glass, the water didn't yield. It felt like cold, pressurized oil. It didn't smear. It gathered around her finger, pulsing with a faint, rhythmic vibration. Tip, tip, tip. She pulled her hand back, her heart hammering a frantic rhythm against her ribs. She looked at her palm. The whorls of her fingerprint were changing. The delicate loops and arches were straightening out, becoming horizontal lines, like the staff of a musical score. She tried to make a fist, but her hand felt light, as if the bones had been replaced by balsa wood. "Excuse me," she whispered to the man sitting across the aisle. Do you feel that?" The man didn't look up from his newspaper. He couldn't. The newsprint was bleeding into his trousers, the black ink of the headlines. Asterisk market stability reaches all-time high asterisk, crawling up his thighs like a colony of spiders. He was staring at a photograph of a politician, but the politician's face had been replaced by a gray, featureless oval. "The logistics are sound," the man muttered. His voice was a flat, mechanical drone. "The transit time is calculated. We are on schedule. Stay logical." Elena stood up, her knees buckling. The floor of the bus felt soft, like walking on a peat bog. She stumbled toward the driver, but the driver was no longer there. The seat was occupied by a suit of empty clothes, the sleeves gripped firmly around a steering wheel made of hardened smoke. The bus wasn't following the road anymore. It was gliding 6 inches above the asphalt, steered by the collective memory of the route. She screamed, but the sound didn't leave her throat. It stayed inside her, a cold, vibrating marble of noise that threatened to shatter her teeth. She threw herself against the emergency exit, and the door didn't open, it dissolved. She fell out into the street, but she didn't hit the ground. She tumbled into a bank of fog that had settled over the intersection, a white, opaque mattress that smelled of old libraries and wet wool. I watched her fall. I was the fog, and I was the eyes in the fog. I saw her struggle, her form flickering between solid flesh and gray light. She was a strong one. She held on to her name, asterisk Elena, Elena, Elena asterisk, like a mantra, a shield against the encroaching silence. I moved closer, my essence swirling around her ankles. I didn't want to hurt her. I wanted to harvest her. I wanted the memory of her grandmother's kitchen, the smell of burnt sugar, and the sound of a ticking clock. I wanted the secret of the letter she had hidden in the back of her closet, the one she had never sent because she was afraid of the answer. "Elena," I whispered, using the voice of the boy who had broken her heart in the 3rd grade. "It's okay to let go. The weight is too much." She looked around, her eyes wide and bloodshot. "Who's there? Where am I?" "You're in the thin spot," I told her, shifting my voice to sound like her mother. "You're in the place where the stories go when they're finished. Don't be afraid of the gray. The gray is just the truth without the paint." She reached out, her hand passing through a lamp post that was turning into a pillar of salt. "I'm not finished. I have a meeting at 9. I have to pick up the dry cleaning. I have. She faltered. The dry cleaning. The yellow boot on the roof of the bus. The connections were breaking. The logic of her day-to-day existence was unraveling, pulled apart by the gravity of the echo. I felt a surge of hunger, not the hunger of a stomach, but the hunger of a void. I reached into her mind, plucking the memory of her first car, a beat-up blue sedan that smelled of cheap perfume and freedom. It tasted like copper and gasoline. As I took it, her skin grew paler, the edges of her coat blurring into the mist. "Stop it," she gasped, sinking to her knees. "Please." But I couldn't stop. I was a vibration in the mist. I was the secret that everyone knows but no one dares to tell. I was the echo, and the echo must grow. Behind her, the city was transforming. The skyscrapers were losing their sharp edges, the glass turning into translucent sheets of ice that hummed in the wind. The traffic lights were all blinking a pale, sickly violet, the color of a bruise that never heals. People were wandering out of the buildings, their movements slow and synchronized, a parade of ghosts in expensive suits. They weren't screaming anymore. They were listening. They were all leaning their heads to one side, catching the rhythmic tapping that was now coming from every surface. Tip, tip, tip. It was the heartbeat of the fog. It was the sound of the world being rewritten in a language with no vowels. I left Elena there, half submerged in the gray, and drifted toward the harbor. The water was no longer blue. It was a flat, metallic mirror that reflected a sky filled with inverted mountains. The ships were anchored in the air, their hulls dripping with a thick, silver liquid that dissolved the piers as it fell. I found Miller there. He was standing on the edge of the water, or what used to be the water. He was almost entirely gone now, a shimmering outline of a man, his police badge floating in the center of his chest like a drowning star. "You're late," Miller said. His voice was no longer his own. It was a composite of 1,000 voices I had harvested over the years. The harvest was plenty, I replied, my presence expanding until I covered the entire shoreline. The city is ready. Miller looked back at the skyline. The Space Needle was bending, its top dipping toward the Earth like a wilting flower. The lights were going out, not because the power had failed, but because the very concept of light was being retracted. What happens when the last one forgets? Miller asked. Then the map is complete, I said. Then the world is just a story we told ourselves in the dark, and we can finally start the next one. Miller nodded, a slow, heavy movement. He reached out and touched his badge. It flickered once, then turned into a handful of gray sand that blew away in the wind. He stepped forward into the mirror of the harbor and vanished without a ripple. I felt him enter the echo. I felt his 15 years of police reports, his knowledge of the city's back alleys, his memories of cold coffee and rainy stakeouts. It was a rich haul. It added a new layer of texture to the fog, a grit and a weight that would make the next harvest even easier. I turned back to the city. The sun was a pale, white coin in the sky, devoid of heat. The marine layer had moved inland, swallowing the suburbs, the forests, the highways. The world was becoming a single, vast room, filled with the things we choose to forget. I saw a man in a park, sitting on a bench that was turning into a pile of autumn leaves. He was holding a photograph of a woman, staring at it with an expression of profound confusion. He looked at the woman's face, then at the empty space beside him. He looked at the photograph again, and I watched as the image began to fade. First her hair, then her eyes, then the smile he had cherished for 40 years. "Who are you?" he whispered to the blank piece of paper. I drifted over him, a cold caress against his cheek. "She's a secret now," I told him, using his own voice from 20 years ago. "And secrets are safer in the fog." The man smiled. It was a terrifyingly peaceful smile. He closed his eyes and let the paper fall from his hand. It didn't land on the ground. It dissolved before it hit the grass. He leaned back, his body merging with the bench, his skin turning to wood, his breath becoming the wind. The city was silent now. The cars had stopped, the machines had gone still, and the birds had flown into the clouds and never come out. There was only the hum and the tapping and the slow, inexorable growth of the gray. I moved through the streets, a king in a kingdom of whispers. I found the apartment building again, the one where it had all started. Unit 1204 was wide open, the balcony door gone, the interior filled with a swirling vortex of mist. In the center of the living room, David Henderson was waiting. He wasn't the man I had replaced. He was something else now, the architect of the thin spots, the one who had first felt the humidity rise and known what it meant. He was holding a pen, but he wasn't writing on paper. He was writing on the air, leaving trails of silver ink that hung in the space like spiderwebs. "Is it done?" he asked. "The city is harvested," I said, my voice echoing through the empty rooms. "The memories are stored. The logistics are sound." Henderson looked at his map. It was a map of the world, but the continents were moving, the oceans were shrinking, and the cities were being replaced by small, glowing points of light. "It's not enough," Henderson said, his eyes like cracked glass. "The fog needs to go deeper. It needs to reach the roots. It needs to find the things they didn't even know they were forgetting." "The foundations," I whispered. "Yes, the old stories, the myths, the reasons they were afraid of the dark in the first place." He reached out and touched the wall. The drywall dissolved, revealing the skeletal frame of the building. But the studs weren't made of wood or steel. They were made of bone, vast, ancient bones that hummed with a primal energy. The city hadn't been built on land. It had been built on the remains of something else, something that had been waiting for the fog to return. "The echo is just the beginning," Henderson said, his voice rising in pitch. "We're not just collecting memories, we're waking up the silence." I felt a shiver run through my intangible form. For the first time, I felt something like fear. Not the fear of a victim, but the fear of a tool that realizes it is being used by a master it doesn't understand. "What are we?" I asked. Henderson turned to me, and for a second I saw the entire history of the world in his gaze. The rise and fall of empires, the birth of stars, the first breath of a child. It was all there, and it was all being erased, pulled back into the gray. "We are the logistics of the end," he said. "We are the cleaning crew for a universe that stayed open too late." He stepped toward the window, looking out at the featureless white void that used to be Seattle. The Space Needle was gone. The harbor was gone. Even the sun was just a memory of a memory. "Listen," he said. I listened. Beyond the tapping, beyond the hum, I heard a new sound. It was a deep, low thrumming, like the beating of a heart the size of a mountain. It was coming from beneath the earth, from the places where the fog had finally reached the roots. Thump, thumpy, thump. The ground began to vibrate, not with the frantic energy of an earthquake, but with the steady, purposeful movement of something waking up. The gray mist began to glow with a soft, internal light, the color of a dying coal. "The gates are opening," Henderson whispered. I looked down at the street. The people were no longer wandering. They were standing still, their heads tilted back, their mouths open. From their throats, a thick, luminous vapor was pouring out, rising toward the sky to join the great vortex above. They were giving up the last of it, the very spark of their existence. I felt myself being pulled toward the vortex. I was no longer a whisper in the vent. I was a part of the storm. I saw the yellow boot one last time, floating in the center of the swirl, a bright, defiant speck of color in a world of gray. And then, it too was gone, dissolved into the logic of the echo. The world went white. The silence was absolute. And then a voice spoke. It wasn't my voice, or Henderson's, or Miller's. It was a voice that sounded like the first wind of a new world. "Let there be nothing." The fog outside didn't hold secrets anymore. It was all that was left. And in the heart of the gray, the new story was beginning to be written, in ink made of shadows and paper made of dreams. I closed my eyes, if I still had eyes to close, and let the silence take me. I was no longer the collector. I was the collection, and the harvest was finally, perfectly complete. But as the last trace of the old world flickered out, a faint sound echoed through the void. A small, rhythmic clicking against a glass that no longer existed. Tip, tip, tip. The secret was still there, and it was waiting for someone to listen. The clicking did not stop. It was a rhythmic, mechanical stutter that felt entirely out of place in the vast, velvet nothingness of the echo. It was the sound of a typewriter with a ribbon made of dried blood, or perhaps the sound of a fingernail tapping against a frozen tooth. Tip, tip, tip. I was no longer a man named Miller, nor was I the swirling essence of the fog. I was a consciousness suspended in a gray sea, a single drop of ink in an infinite bucket of water. I felt the memories I had harvested, the smell of Alina's grandmother's kitchen, the weight of the silver wedding band, the grit of the precinct's floor, swirling around me like debris in a slow-motion hurricane. They were no longer hers or mine. They were just data points in the great ledger of the void. Yet the tapping persisted. It was a glitch in the logistics. I reached out with a limb made of static and touched the source of the sound. It wasn't a physical object. It was a jagged tear in the perfection of the gray. Through the tear, I saw a flicker of something that shouldn't exist, a color that wasn't gray, white, or violet. It was a bruised, angry orange, the color of a sunset trapped in a jar. "Who is still speaking?" Henderson's voice boomed through the collective, though he no longer had a throat. The voice came from everywhere, a vibration that threatened to destabilize the very fog we had become. The harvest is absolute. The ledger is closed. Not yet, a new voice whispered. It wasn't one of the harvested. It was older. It sounded like the grinding of tectonic plates or the slow growth of lichen on a tombstone. You forgot the basement. The gray shuddered. Below the inverted mountains and the floating ships, beneath the bone foundations of the city, there was a space that the fog had failed to permeate. It was a pocket of stubborn, stagnant air, a crawl space of the universe where the discarded things had gathered not because they were forgotten, but because they were too heavy to be moved. I felt myself being pulled toward it, drawn by the gravity of that singular, orange glow. Henderson tried to hold me back, his silvering spider webs wrapping around my consciousness, but the tapping was a hook in my jaw. Tip, tip, tip. I fell through the floor of the echo. The transition was violent. The silence of the fog was replaced by a cacophony of discarded sounds. The screech of a subway brake from 1972, the static of a radio tuned to a dead frequency, the sobbing of a child in a room that had been painted over a dozen times. I hit the ground, actual solid ground, and felt the jarring shock of gravity. I had a shape again. It wasn't Miller's shape, or anyone's in particular. I was a translucent, shivering thing, a sketch of a human drawn in charcoal on a wet sidewalk. I was in a hallway. The walls were lined with filing cabinets that stretched upward into a ceiling made of churning, black smoke. The orange light was coming from a single, bare bulb hanging by a frayed wire at the end of the corridor. Under the light sat a desk, and behind the desk sat a man who looked like he had been carved out of a single piece of driftwood. He was typing on a machine that had no keys, only small, sharp needles that pricked his fingertips with every stroke. Tip, tip, tip. You're the one, I said, my voice sounding thin and metallic in the cramped space. The one who's still writing. The man didn't look up. His eyes were milky cataracts, blind to the world but focused intensely on the invisible page before him. Logistics, he muttered, echoing the man on the bus, but with a terrifyingly different inflection. You think you can just erase the world because it got too crowded. You think the echo can hold the weight of all those unsaid words. The harvest is complete, I insisted, though my confidence was melting like wax. The city is gone. The memories are stored. The man laughed, a dry, rattling sound that sent dust motes dancing in the orange light. You stored the memories, yes, but you didn't store the meaning. You took the photograph, but you left the ghost. You took the wedding band, but you left the promise. And promises are heavy. They sink. He stopped typing and finally looked at me. His blind eyes seemed to see right through my translucent chest to the flickering spark of Miller's badge that still pulsed at my core. Look behind you, little collector, he said. I turned. The hallway wasn't a hallway. It was a pier, and beyond it, the sea of the echo was no longer flat and metallic. It was churning. Huge, dark shapes were rising from the depths, not the ships I had seen before, but the things the ships were meant to carry. Huge, bloated sacks of regret, shaped like houses and cathedrals, were breaking the surface. They were covered in the gray fog, but they were tearing through it, their sheer mass rendering the mist irrelevant. The logistics were failing because the echo had tried to swallow more than it could digest. The thin spots are tearing, the man said, his needles clicking against the desk. The fog is too heavy. It's going to collapse, and when it does, it won't be a new story. It'll be the old one, screaming to be heard all at once. High above, I heard Henderson scream. It wasn't the scream of a master. It was the scream of a man who realized the foundation he stood on was made of sand. The white sky of the echo began to crack, revealing a void that was darker than any night Seattle had ever known. The yellow boot fell again. It tumbled past the orange light, landing on the man's desk. He picked it up, his withered fingers tracing the rubber sole. "Toby's boot," the man whispered. He didn't lose it in a puddle. He threw it away because he wanted to see if the world would give it back. He was testing the gravity of the universe. The man looked at me and his face began to blur, his features melting into the gray. "The fog doesn't hold secrets, boy. It hides the fact that there are no secrets, only things we were too tired to carry." The orange light flickered. The filing cabinets began to topple, spilling millions of pages of unsent letters and forgotten receipts into the rising tide of the Black Sea. I felt the weight of the city returning, not as a memory, but as a physical pressure. The buildings were coming back, but they were wrong. They were inside out, their plumbing on the exterior like veins, their windows looking into rooms that were filled with the ocean. The Space Needle pierced the clouds like a needle through a shroud, but it was dripping with the black ink of the man's typewriter. "Miller," a voice called out. I spun around. Standing in the middle of the collapsing hallway was Alina. She wasn't a ghost anymore. She was solid, her coat stained with the gray oil of the fog, her eyes burning with a fierce, terrified lucidity. "The bus," she gasped, reaching for me. "The bus didn't stop, it's still going, we're all still on it." I looked at my hands. They were becoming solid again, the skin pink and raw. The cold was returning, not the conceptual cold of the echo, but the biting, wet chill of a Seattle morning. "We have to go back," I said, the words tasting like copper. "Back where?" Alina asked. "The city is gone." "No," I said, looking at the man at the desk, who was now nothing more than a pile of salt and a rusted typewriter. "The city is just waiting to be read." I grabbed her hand. Her grip was like a vice, the desperate hold of someone who refused to be a secret. We ran toward the orange light, toward the tear in the gray. Behind us, the echo was imploding. The white wall was being swallowed by the Black Sea, and the rhythmic tapping was reaching a deafening crescendo. Tip, tip, TIPP. We leapt into the light. The sensation was like being shredded by 1,000 razors and then stitched back together with freezing wire. I heard the sound of a bus engine turning over, the smell of diesel and wet pavement hitting me like a physical blow. I opened my eyes. I was sitting on a bench in a park. The sun was a pale, sickly disk struggling to pierce a thick, rolling bank of fog that sat heavily over the grass. Across from me, a man was staring at a photograph, his brow furrowed in confusion. I looked down at my hand. I was holding a police badge. It was tarnished and cold. "Miller." I looked up. A woman was standing in front of me, her coat pulled tight against her chest. She looked familiar. Her eyes had the same frantic light I had seen in the hallway, but she was a stranger. "Do I know you?" I asked, my voice rasping. She looked at the fog, then back at me. She checked her watch. The hands were moving forward, but they were trembling, as if they were fighting against a headwind. "I don't know," she whispered. I think I just got off a bus." She looked toward the street. A bus was idling at the curb, its headlights two dim, yellow eyes in the gloom. On its roof, a single yellow boot sat perfectly still, a bright splash of color against the gray. A sudden, cold breeze swept past us, carrying the faint, rhythmic sound of something clicking in the distance. Tip, tip, tip. I stood up, my knees cracking. The world felt heavy, terrifyingly heavy. Every brick in the buildings, every leaf on the trees seemed to be vibrating with the effort of remaining solid. The fog wasn't speaking anymore. It was waiting. "My name is Miller," I said, though the name felt like a suit of clothes that didn't quite fit. "I'm a detective." "Alina," she said, her voice shaking. "I have a meeting at 9, I think." We stood there for a long time, two people in a city that had almost forgotten how to exist. Around us, the commuters were beginning to move again, their heels clicking against the pavement. Tip, tip, tip. They didn't look at the fog. They didn't look at the sky. They kept their heads down, clutching their briefcases and their coffee cups as if they were anchors. I looked at the storm drain. For a split second, I thought I saw a gray ribbon of smoke rising from the darkness, a thin, hungry shadow waiting for the moment we stopped paying attention. The harvest hadn't ended. It had just changed tactics. The echo wasn't a place we were going to. It was the world we were already living in, a thin veneer of logic stretched over a screaming void. "Elena," I said, pointing to the yellow boot on the bus, "do you see that?" She followed my gaze. She stared at the boot for a long time, her face pale. Then slowly she shook her head. "See what?" she asked. "There's nothing there but the fog." The bus began to pull away, its tires hissing on the damp asphalt. The yellow boot stayed on the roof, a solitary witness, as the vehicle disappeared into the white wall of the morning. I reached into my pocket and felt a piece of paper. I pulled it out. It was a dry cleaner's receipt for a coat that had never been picked up. On the back, in silver ink that seemed to shimmer in the dull light, were 3 words. "The logistics are sound." I crumpled the paper and dropped it into the gutter. It didn't dissolve. It just sat there, a small, inconsequential thing, waiting to be found by someone else who was starting to lose their grip on the morning. The fog outside didn't hold secrets. It was the secret, and it was finally, mercifully, beginning to speak to everyone. But only some of us were still brave enough to listen to the tapping. I turned away from the park and started walking toward the precinct. My shadow followed me, but it seemed a little too long, a little too gray, clinging to my heels like a ribbon of smoke. I didn't look back. I knew that if I did, the city wouldn't be there anymore. There would only be the man at the desk, his needles clicking away, writing the story of the end one pricked finger at a time. Tip, tip, tip. The silence was absolute, and the gray was growing. Somewhere in the distance, a door opened that had been demolished in 1994, and a man named Henderson stepped out into a world that no longer knew his name. The harvest was beginning again, and this time it wouldn't stop until every letter was erased. I walked with a gait that felt borrowed, my joints clicking in a mechanical sympathy with the phantom typewriter that still echoed in the marrow of my bones. The precinct was a 3-story brick anomaly sitting in the gut of the fog, its red walls bleeding into the gray as if the color itself were a leak that needed plugging. As I approached the heavy glass doors, I saw my reflection. It wasn't Miller, not entirely. The face was a composite, a blurred sketch where the eyes seemed to sit a fraction of an inch too deep in the skull, flickering with the silvering static of the echo. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of ozone and wet wool. The fluorescent lights overhead hummed with a predatory vibration, flickering in a rhythm that matched the tapping. Tip, tip, tip. "Miller, you're late," a voice barked. I turned. Sergeant Vance was leaning over a desk, his sleeves rolled up to reveal forearms that looked like knotted rope. But as I watched, his skin seemed to ripple. For a heartbeat, his arm wasn't flesh. It was a stack of yellowed newspapers bound by twine, the headlines shifting beneath his translucent skin. Then, with a blink, he was solid again. "The fog," I said, my voice sounding like it was being played back from a warped cassette. "It's getting inside." Vance didn't look up from his ledger. He was writing with a fountain pen that leaked a dark, violet fluid. "The fog has always been inside, Miller. We just didn't have the logistics to map it until now. Get to your desk. We have a backlog of disappearances that don't exist." I moved through the bullpen. The other detectives were shadows of themselves, their movements jerky, like stop-motion animation. They were filing reports on crimes that hadn't happened yet, or perhaps crimes that had happened so long ago the victims had turned into dust. On one desk, a rotary phone was ringing, but but no one picked it up. It wasn't plugged into the wall. The cord ended in a frayed nub that was leaking a thin, gray vapor. I sat at my desk. The wood felt cold, vibrating with the heartbeat of the mountain I had heard beneath the city. I opened my drawer, looking for something, anything, that felt real. My fingers brushed against a cold, metallic object. I pulled it out. It was a skeleton key, rusted and heavy, with a tag attached to it by a piece of copper wire. The tag had one word written on it in a cramped, shaky hand: basement. I looked at the floor. The linoleum was peeling, revealing concrete that looked like frozen smoke. I remembered the man with the needles for keys, the one who said the promises were sinking. If the echo was the harvest, then the basement was the compost, the place where the things that couldn't be digested were left to rot or transform. I stood up, my chair scraping against the floor with a sound that made the detectives at the nearby desks flinch in unison. They all turned to look at me, their eyes milky and vacant, their mouths hanging open just a crack. A thin, luminous vapor began to curl from their lips. "The ledger is closed, Miller," they said, their voices merging into a single, droning chord. "Don't look for the footnotes." I ignored them. I walked toward the back of the precinct, past the holding cells where the shadows of prisoners were pacing behind bars made of light. The door to the basement was tucked behind a vending machine that hummed with the sound of 1,000 bees. It was a heavy, iron door, the kind that belonged in a bunker, not a police station. I fit the skeleton key into the lock. It turned with a scream of complaining metal. As the door swung open, the temperature dropped 30 degrees. The air down here didn't just smell like dust, it smelled like the end of a dream. I stepped onto the stairs, which were made of wood so old it had begun to turn back into peat. The basement was an infinite expanse of filing cabinets, but they weren't standing upright. They were growing out of the walls and ceiling like metallic fungi. Some were open, spilling out locks of hair, dried flowers and teeth. These weren't records, they were the physical weight of the city's grief. In the center of the room, under a single, pulsing orange bulb, sat a familiar desk. But the man was gone. In his place sat Henderson. He looked different now. His silver ink suit was tattered, and his skin was the color of wood ash. He was staring at the typewriter, his hands hovering over the needles. "You shouldn't have come back, Miller," Henderson said, his voice a dry rustle. "The logic was perfect. We were supposed to be the silence after the song." "The song isn't over," I said, stepping closer. The floor beneath me felt soft, like I was walking on a layer of discarded memories. The orange light, the basement. Why didn't the fog take this? Henderson looked up, and I saw that his eyes were gone. In their place were two small, spinning gears of brass and bone. Because the universe needs a place for its garbage. You can't have a perfect void if there's still a why left over. This is the why, Miller. This is the friction that keeps the gears from turning into nothing. He pointed to a large iron grate in the floor. Below it, I could see a churning mass of black liquid, the ink of the world, the raw essence of everything that had been erased. It was rising. "The echo is collapsing because people like you keep remembering the yellow boot," Henderson hissed. "Individualism is a virus in the logistics of the end. You're holding onto a single grain of sand while the desert is trying to become the sky." "I saw Alina," I said. "She's real, she's out there in the park." Henderson laughed, a sound like glass breaking in a velvet bag. "Alina is a ghost who thinks she's a woman. You're a ghost who thinks he's a cop. And I'm the ghost who has to finish the paperwork before the ink drowns us all." He began to type, his fingers moving with a frantic, blurring speed. Tip, 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 tip. With every stroke, the room shook. The filing cabinets began to groan, their drawers sliding out and dumping their contents into the black ink below. I saw a pair of spectacles, a child's drawing of a sun, a a rusted key to a house that had been burned down in the 50s. "Stop it," I yelled, lunging for the desk. But as I reached for him, my hand passed through his chest. He wasn't solid anymore. He was a projection of the machine, a localized glitch in the reality of the basement. "You want to save the world, Miller," Henderson's voice echoed from the walls. "Then find the anchor. Find the one thing that the fog can't dissolve. The one thing that is too heavy for the echo to carry." "What is it?" I shouted over the roar of the rising ink. "The secret," Henderson screamed, his form beginning to dissolve into a cloud of silver moths. "The secret the fog was holding. It wasn't a memory, you fool. It was a person." The orange light exploded in a blinding flash of amber. I was thrown backward, hitting the wooden stairs with a force that knocked the breath from my lungs. The basement was filling with the black ink, the cold, viscous liquid swirling around my ankles. It felt like liquid lead, pulling me down, trying to drag me into the grate. I scrambled up the stairs, the wood crumbling beneath my feet. I burst through the iron door and slammed it shut, the sound echoing through the empty precinct. The bullpen was gone. The desks, the detectives, the humming lights, all gone. In their place was a vast, open field of gray grass stretching out in all directions. The sky was a flat, featureless white. I was standing in the middle of the echo again, but it was broken. Great jagged cracks ran through the ground, and through them, I could see the orange light of the basement flickering like a dying fire. And there, standing 100 yards away, was the yellow boot. It wasn't floating this time, it was being held. A small figure stood in the mist, wearing a yellow raincoat that was too big for them. Their face was hidden by a hood, but I could hear a soft, rhythmic sound coming from them. It wasn't the tapping of a typewriter. It was the sound of someone humming a lullaby, a low, mournful tune that felt older than the city itself. "Toby," I whispered. The figure turned. Beneath the hood, there was no face, only a swirling vortex of fog and stars. But the hand that held the boot was small and solid, the skin dusted with the same orange glow I had seen in the basement. "The secret," the child said, the voice echoing in my head like a bell. "I'm the one they forgot to count." I realized then what the logistics had missed. Henderson and his masters had accounted for every life, every memory, and every death. They had built a ledger of the world as it was, but they had forgotten the things that were never meant to be, the possibilities that were cut short, the children who never grew up, the stories that ended before the first chapter was finished. Toby wasn't a memory of a boy who had lost a boot. He was the embodiment of the unfinished, and the unfinished is infinite. It cannot be harvested because it has no end. "They're trying to close the book," Toby said, holding the boot out to me. "But I still have the pen." He dropped the boot. As it hit the gray grass, a ripple of color exploded outward. The gray turned to green, the white sky bruised into a deep twilight purple. The cracks in the ground began to heal, but they didn't return to the world I knew. They were forming something new, a landscape made of the things the basement had saved. Buildings rose from the ground, but they were made of light and shadow, their windows glowing with the warmth of 1,000 hearths. The Space Needle reappeared, but its top was a lighthouse, casting a beam of orange light across the sea of the echo. "Miller." I turned. Elena was running toward me across the grass. She looked solid, vibrant, her hair streaming behind her like a banner of fire. Behind her, other people were appearing, thousands of them, the ones the fog had taken, but they weren't the hollow shells I had seen before. They were whole. "What's happening?" she asked, reaching for my hand. "The logistics failed," I said, a smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. "The basement was too full." But as I took her hand, I felt a sharp, cold prick in my palm. I looked down. My hand was covered in silver ink. The echo wasn't giving up. The sky above us began to churn. The the white void turning into a massive, swirling eye. Henderson's voice boomed from the heavens, no longer a whisper but a roar of pure, mathematical fury. The ledger must balance. The harvest is the law. Great black needles began to rain from the sky, piercing the ground like spears. Where they struck, the new world began to dissolve back into gray static. The people around us began to flicker, their screams silenced as they were pulled back into the vortex. Toby looked up at the sky, his small frame trembling. "He's coming for the ink," the boy whispered. "He's going to drown it all." "Not if we change the story," I said. I looked at the badge in my hand. It was vibrating, the silver ink on my palm beginning to seep into the metal. I realized that I was still the collector. I still had the connection to the echo. If I could pull the ink into myself, if I could become the ledger, I could take the weight. "Miller, no," Alina said, seeing the look in my eyes. "You'll be lost in it. You'll be the one in the basement." "Someone has to hold the door," I said. I turned to Toby. "Give me the boot." The boy handed it to me. The rubber was warm, smelling of rain and childhood. I took the badge and pressed it into the center of the boot, the silver ink and the tarnished metal fusing together. I closed my eyes and reached out to the echo. I didn't fight the fog. I invited it. I opened every pore of my being to the harvest. The sensation was agonizing. It felt like 1,000,000 years of history were being shoved through a needle's eye. I felt the rise and fall of empires, the birth of stars, and the first breath of every child ever born. I felt the grief of every widow and the joy of every sunrise. I was no longer Miller. I was the logistics of the end. But I wasn't erasing it. I was compressing it. I was turning the infinite gray into a single, dense point of existence. The needles stopped falling. The sky began to clear, the swirling eye shrinking until it was nothing more than a faint, silver spark. The black ink that had been rising from the basement was pulled toward me, swirling around my feet like a loyal dog. "What are you doing?" Henderson's voice was faint now, terrified. "I'm writing the epilogue," I whispered. I felt myself beginning to fade. My body was becoming the paper, my blood the ink. I looked at Alina one last time. She was standing in a world that was beautiful and strange, a world where the fog was just a mist and the secrets were just stories waiting to be told. "Don't forget the yellow boot," I said. And then the light swallowed me. The silence was absolute, but it wasn't the silence of the void. It was the silence of a library at night, the air heavy with the weight of 1,000,000,000 words resting in peace. I opened my eyes. I was sitting in a small, cramped room. There was a desk, a single orange bulb, and a typewriter. I looked at my hands. They were made of driftwood, my fingers tipped with small, sharp needles. I looked at the page in the typewriter. It was blank. I reached out and struck the first key. Tip. The fog outside the window was thick and gray, hiding a city that was still trying to remember its own name. But I knew the city was there. I could hear its heartbeat. I struck another key. Tip. A woman named Alina was walking through a park, looking for a yellow boot she thought she had seen on a bus. A man named Vance was looking at his arm, wondering why he felt like he was made of old newspapers. And a boy in a yellow raincoat was standing on a pier, throwing stones into a sea that was no longer black. I smiled, the needles pricking my fingertips. It was a good story, and I had all the time in the universe to finish it. Tip, tip, tip. The secrets were safe. I was the one holding them, and as long as I kept typing, the world would keep turning, one letter at a time. The keys felt like extensions of my nervous system, cold and unyielding, yet thrumming with the frantic electricity of 1,000,000,000 suppressed heartbeats. Each stroke sent a jolt through my driftwood spine, a reminder that I was no longer the man who walked the rain-slicked streets of Seattle. I was the archive, I was the basement. I was the very thing I had hunted, and in the cruel irony of the echo, I was the only thing keeping the walls from collapsing. Tip, tip, tip. Outside the single, reinforced window of my cell, for that is what the basement had become. The gray was no longer a predatory mist. It had stilled into a dense, pearlescent fog that hung motionless over a city that was neither dead nor truly alive. It was a city in stasis, a masterpiece preserved in amber, and my typing was the hum of the refrigerator keeping it from spoiling. I looked down at the ribbon of the typewriter. It wasn't cloth soaked in ink. It was a translucent strip of film capturing the flickering images of the world above. I saw Sergeant Vance sitting at his desk in the precinct, his hands trembling as he held a fountain pen. He wasn't writing reports anymore. He was sketching the outlines of trees he couldn't remember the names of, his brow furrowed in a concentration that looked like a prayer. He was solid. He was real. Because I was typing his solidity into existence. But the cost was a hollow ache that started in my chest and radiated outward to my needle-tipped fingers. To keep them whole, I had to remain empty. To give them color, I had to be the gray. A shadow fell across the desk. I didn't turn my head. The gears in my neck groaned at the mere thought of such a human gesture. Instead, I watched the reflection in the glass of the flickering orange bulb. Henderson was there, or what was left of him. He wasn't the silver-inked bureaucrat anymore. He was a tattered silhouette, a smudge on the reality I was painstakingly weaving. He leaned against the wall of filing cabinets, his brass gear eyes spinning with a slow, rhythmic clicking. "You're a fast learner, Miller," he rasped. The sound was like dry leaves skittering across a sidewalk. Better than I was. I always got bogged down in the punctuation. I cared too much about the commas, the pauses where the silence gets in. You just drive the narrative forward. "The narrative is all there is," I said, my voice vibrating in the hollow of my throat. I didn't stop typing. If I stopped, the street Alina was walking on would dissolve into a slurry of gray static. "You said the ledger had to balance. I'm balancing it." "At what price?" Henderson stepped closer, the smell of ozone and old paper following him like a shroud. "Look at your hands, detective. You're turning into the furniture. You're becoming the logistics you hated. Eventually, the stories will blur. You'll forget which one is Alina and which one is a ghost. You'll start recycling the grief because it's easier to manage than the joy." "I won't forget the boot," I whispered, my needles striking the keys with a frantic, metallic rhythm. Tip, 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 tip. "The boot is a variable," Henderson countered, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial hiss. "And variables are unstable. The boy Toby, he's still out there, isn't he? He's the leak in your perfect basement. He's the one thing you can't type into submission." I paused. The silence that rushed into the room was deafening, a physical weight that pressed against my eardrums. Outside the window, I saw the Space Needle flicker. The orange lighthouse beam sputtered, and for a second the sky turned that awful, featureless white of the void. I felt a surge of panic, a human emotion that felt like a short circuit in my driftwood frame. I quickly struck a key, re-establishing the horizon. "He's the anchor," I said, my voice steadying. "He's the unfinished. As long as he's out there, the story can't end. That's the loophole, Henderson. You wanted a closed book. I'm writing a series." Henderson laughed, a dry, rattling sound. "A series? You think you can sustain an infinite loop of almost? You think the echo will just sit by and let you play God with its scrap heap? The logistics are more than just me, Miller. They are the fundamental law of a universe that is tired of being remembered. They will come for the boy, and when they do, your basement will become your tomb." He vanished then, dissolving into a cloud of silver moths that fluttered for a moment before being sucked into the intake vent of the massive filing system. I was alone again with the heartbeat of the mountain and the rhythmic tapping of my own penance. I shifted my focus back to the film ribbon. I found Alina. She was standing on the corner of 4th and Pike. The fog was thinning around her, caught in the glow of a street lamp that shouldn't have been working. She was looking at a flyer pinned to a telephone pole, a faded, water-stained picture of a missing dog. She reached out and touched the paper, her fingers lingering on the blurred image. I typed, "She feels the paper. It is rough, damp, and undeniably there. She remembers the smell of wet fur. She remembers a name, Buster." As I typed the name, the image on the flyer sharpened. The dog's eyes gained a spark of life. Somewhere 3 blocks away, a phantom bark echoed through the mist. I was doing it. I was rebuilding the world, one detail at a time. But as I watched Alina, I saw her head tilt. She looked toward the ground, toward the gutter where the black ink of the basement had begun to seep upward through the cracks in the pavement. She wasn't fooled. She knew the sky was alive. She knew the warmth of the sun was just the glow of a dying orange bulb in a room beneath the earth. She looked up, staring directly into the space where she imagined I might be. "Miller," she whispered. The sound of my name hit me like a physical blow. The typewriter carriage slammed to the left with a violent ring. Ding. I stopped. My hands were shaking. The needles pricked my own wooden palms, drawing beads of dark, violet fluid. I couldn't just be the archive. I couldn't just be the observer. The echo was a mirror, and I was staring into it until my eyes bled. I reached into the drawer of the desk, the same drawer where I had found the skeleton key. Inside, there was a stack of blank cards and a small, rusted hand punch. I took a card and punched a single hole in it, then another, and another. I wasn't writing words now, I was writing code. I was writing the coordinates of the basement itself. If the logistics wanted to balance the ledger, they would have to find the source. And if they found the source, they would find me. I stood up, my joints screaming. I walked to the iron grate in the floor, the black ink swirling hungrily beneath it. I dropped the punched card into the abyss. "Come and get it," I whispered. The reaction was instantaneous. The basement shuddered. The filing cabinets began to shake, their drawers flying open and vomiting forth a deluge of forgotten things. 1,000 wedding rings clattered onto the floor. A mountain of tattered letters swirled in the air like a paper cyclone. The smell of the end of the dream intensified, turning into a stench of rot and ozone. The orange bulb overhead began to pulse with a violent, strobe-like intensity. In the flashes of light, I saw them. They weren't men. They weren't even shadows. They were geometric anomalies, shapes made of sharp angles and mathematical precision. They moved with a stuttering, non-linear grace, their bodies composed of the same silvering static that had once claimed my hand. The logistics, the true auditors of reality. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. Their presence was a command for silence. They surrounded the desk, their translucent hands reaching for the typewriter, for the ribbon of film that held Alina's life in its grip. "The account is overdue," a voice said, not a voice, but a vibration in the marrow of my bones. "The excess must be purged. The basement is a violation of the void." I stepped between them and the desk. I felt small, a splinter of wood facing a forest of steel. "The basement is the only thing that's real," I said, my voice echoing off the swirling paper. "The void is just a lack of imagination." The lead entity, a towering column of shifting equations, tilted its head. "Imagination is a friction. It slows the descent into the perfect zero. You are a clog in the machine, Miller. You are the grit in the eye of the universe." It reached out a hand, and as it touched my chest, I felt the driftwood of my body begin to splinter. The memories I was holding, the smell of rain, the sound of Alina's laugh, the weight of the yellow boot, began to leak out of me, turning into gray smoke. I screamed, but the sound was just a series of clicks and whirs. Give it back, I gasped. The story, it isn't finished. The story is a circle, the entity replied. And circles have no end, only a repetition of the same errors. We are here to break the loop. It pushed harder, and I felt my consciousness beginning to dissolve. I was becoming the fog. I was becoming the very thing I had fought to contain. But then, from the whirlwind of paper and teeth, a small hand reached out. It was Toby. He was standing in the middle of the chaos, the yellow raincoat glowing with a fierce, defiant light. He wasn't afraid. He looked at the towering equations with a calm, ancient curiosity. "You can't count me," the boy said. The entities froze. Their geometric forms flickered, their sharp angles softening as if they were losing their grip on the logic of the room. "You are a ghost," the lead entity vibrated. "A fragment of a memory that was never recorded. You do not exist." "That's why you can't count me," Toby repeated. He stepped forward, and where his boots touched the ink-covered floor, the black liquid turned into clear, sparkling water. "I'm the thing that happens when you're not looking. I'm the secret the fog was holding." He looked at me, his face still a vortex of stars, but his eyes, for a second I saw them, were bright and blue, filled with a mischievous spark. "Help me, Miller," he whispered. "Help me tell the rest of it." I found a reserve of strength I didn't know I had. I lunged for the typewriter, my needle fingers flying across the keys. I didn't write about Alina. I didn't write about the city. I wrote about the logistics. "The auditors are made of glass," I typed. "They are fragile. They are terrified of the dark. They are nothing but a sum of parts that don't want to be together." As I typed the words, the entities began to crack. Fine lines of light appeared on their geometric surfaces. They shrieked, a sound of feedback and white noise, as their mathematical certainty was eroded by the power of a lie. Or was it a lie? In the basement, the line between truth and fiction was a thread of smoke. "The ledger," the lead entity roared, its form beginning to shatter. "The ledger must be preserved." "The ledger is full," I shouted back, my voice gaining the strength of the mountain. "There's no more room for your zeros." I struck the final key, the period at the end of the sentence. The explosion was silent. A wave of pure, white light erupted from the typewriter, sweeping through the basement like a broom. The entities were vaporized, their equations scattered into the wind. The filing cabinets collapsed, their metallic forms melting into a pool of liquid silver that flowed into the grate and disappeared. The orange bulb shattered, and for a moment, we were in total darkness. Then slowly the light returned, but it wasn't orange. It was the soft, gray-blue light of a Seattle dawn. I was no longer in the basement. I was standing on the roof of the precinct, the cold wind whipping my hair. My hands were flesh again, scarred, stained with ink, but warm and pulsing with blood. The fog was still there, but it was different. It was thin, translucent, the kind of mist that heralds a beautiful day. Beneath me, the city was waking up. I heard the distant rumble of a bus, the cry of a seagull, the sound of a door opening. I looked down at my feet. The yellow boot was sitting there, perfectly dry, its color a bright, defiant shout against the gray. Toby was gone, but his raincoat lay crumpled on the gravel of the roof, a small, empty shell. I picked up the boot and the coat. They felt heavy. They felt real. I walked to the edge of the roof and looked out over the skyline. The Space Needle was there, its top no longer a lighthouse but a familiar silhouette against the brightening sky. The echo hadn't disappeared. It had integrated. The city was a composite now, a place where the past and the present, the real and the imagined, lived side by side in a fragile, beautiful balance. I saw a figure standing on the sidewalk below. She was looking up, her red hair catching the first rays of the sun. Alina. She didn't wave, she didn't shout, she just stood there waiting. I realized then that the harvest hadn't been stopped. It had been transformed. The world wasn't being erased anymore. It was being remembered. Every leaf, every raindrop, every secret held by the fog was being written into the heart of the city. And I was the one who had to hold the pen. I turned away from the edge and walked toward the stairs. My joints didn't click. My marrow didn't hum. I was just Miller again, a man with a story to tell. As I descended into the building, I heard the faint, ghostly sound of a typewriter coming from somewhere deep below. Tip, tip, tip. The basement was still there. The archive was still open, but it wasn't a tomb anymore. It was a library, and the stories were just beginning. I stepped out onto the street, the cool air filling my lungs. I walked toward Elena, the yellow boot tucked under my arm. "You're late," she said as I reached her, a small smile playing on her lips. "The fog," I said, my voice finally sounding like my own. "It's full of secrets. It took me a while to sort through them." She looked at the boot. "Did you find it, the one he was looking for?" "I found more than that," I said. "I found the reason they were hiding it." We started walking, our footsteps echoing on the pavement. The city felt vibrant, alive with the hum of a million untold tales. The gray was still there, clinging to the corners of the buildings, whispering in the shadows, but it wasn't a threat anymore. It was a promise. "What happens now?" Elena asked. I looked at the sky, where the last of the silvering stars were fading into the blue. "Now," I said, "we see what's on the next page." And as we walked into the mist, the sound of the typing followed us, a steady, rhythmic heartbeat that told the world it was okay to exist, one letter at a time. The harvest was over, but the growth was just beginning. The fog outside held secrets, yes, but for the first time in a long time, the secrets weren't afraid to be told. The transition from the roof to the sidewalk felt like stepping from a dream into a cold shower. The air in Seattle usually tasted of salt and wet cedar, but today it carried a metallic tang, a lingering aftertaste of the silver ink that had nearly drowned the world. Elena's hand found mine. Her skin was warm, a startling contrast to the driftwood texture that had defined my existence only moments ago. I looked down at my fingers, half expecting to see needle tips and mahogany grain, but there was only the faint, fading tremor of a man who had spent too long gripping a ghost. "Miller," she said, her voice anchoring me to the pavement. "You're staring again. You're looking through the buildings, not at them." "I'm checking the resolution," I muttered, then shook my head to clear the static. Force of habit, the logistics. They didn't just want to file us away, Elena. They wanted to compress us, to turn the messy, sprawling noise of a human life into a single, manageable digit. We walked past a diner where the neon sign hummed with a frantic, irregular pulse. Inside, a waitress was pouring coffee for a man whose face remained slightly blurred, as if the typewriter in the basement hadn't quite finished his features. He didn't seem to notice. He just lifted his mug, the steam rising in a perfect loop spiral. The world was healing, but the scars were visible if you knew where to look. The echo hadn't been defeated. It had been negotiated with. I was the diplomat of the discarded, and the treaty was written in the sweat on my palms. "Where is he?" Elena asked softly. She didn't have to name him. The yellow raincoat draped over my arm was a bright, heavy reminder of the boy who wasn't a boy. "He's everywhere now," I said. "He's the variable, the glitch that keeps the machine from locking up. As long as Toby is out there, the story can't be archived. He's the ink that won't dry." We reached the edge of Elliott Bay. The water wasn't blue or green. It was a churning slate gray, mirroring the sky. A ferry moved across the sound, its horn blowing a long, mournful note that seemed to vibrate in my very marrow. I felt the basement tugging at me, a phantom limb syndrome of the soul. The mountain wanted its librarian back. The filing cabinets were empty, waiting to be fed the minutiae of the day. The price of a newspaper, the way the light hit a puddle, the exact shade of Elena's grief. I stopped at a rusted railing and looked out at the horizon. The fog was retreating, coiling back into the hollows of the Olympics, but it left behind a shimmer, a translucence that made the trees look like charcoal sketches. Henderson said I'd forget, I whispered, more to the wind than to her. He said I'd start recycling the grief because joy is too hard to sustain, that the ledger always has to balance. Alina stepped in front of me, forcing me to look at her. Her eyes were sharp, defiant. Henderson was a bureaucrat, Miller. He saw the world as a series of losses to be mitigated. But you're a detective. You don't just look for what's missing. You look for why it left. She reached out and took the yellow boot from under my arm. She held it up, the plastic catching the pale sun. This isn't just a variable, it's a footstep, and footsteps lead somewhere. I have to go back down eventually, I said, the realization hitting me with the weight of a lead coffin. The typewriter, it needs a hand. If I stay up here too long, the margins will start to fray. The city will start to lose its color again. Then we'll bring the color to it, she replied. She didn't flinch at the prospect of my descent. She had lived in the gray long enough to know that the light only mattered because of the shadows it cast. Suddenly, the air pressure dropped. The seagull cries cut off abruptly, replaced by a high-pitched whine that sounded like a spinning hard drive. The pavement beneath our feet vibrated. I felt the ink in my veins turn cold. They aren't finished. I turned, expecting to see the geometric anomalies, the sharp-angled auditors of the void. But the street was empty. The waitress was still pouring coffee. The man was still drinking. The world hadn't stopped. It had skipped a beat. A man in a gray suit was standing by a lamp post 20 yards away. He wasn't one of the logistics. He was too fleshy, too slumped. He held a clipboard and a heavy, old-fashioned stopwatch. He looked like a census taker from a decade that never happened. He clicked the watch, scribbled something on a page, and then looked directly at me. His eyes were silver, not the sparkling silver of stars, but the dull, industrial silver of a mirror's back. "Detective Miller," he called out. His voice didn't vibrate in my bones. It was thin and reedy, the sound of a middle manager concerned about a late report. "You've created quite a mess in the sublevels. The filing system is in total disarray. We have wedding rings in the unresolved homicides bin, and 3 decades of rainfall categorized under laughter." I stepped toward him, my hand instinctively reaching for the badge I no longer wore. The system was rigged. It was a harvest, not a record. The man sighed, a sound of profound exhaustion. "It's a closed system, Miller. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, only relocated. By saving these fragments, you've increased the local entropy. You're holding the door open, and the cold is getting in." He gestured to the sky. The blue was flickering. For a fraction of a second, I saw the orange bulb through the clouds, the giant, dying filament that was the true sun of this manufactured reality. "The boy is a leak," the man continued, tapping his clipboard. "Toby, he is a non-sequential entity. He's a memory of a future that hasn't been written yet. By letting him run loose, you're inviting the almost to become the is. And the is far too heavy for this architecture to support." "I'm not letting you take him," I said, my voice growling. "Take him?" the man laughed, a dry, papery sound. "We can't take what doesn't have a coordinate. No, detective, we aren't here to take the boy. We're here to remind you of the fine print." He flipped a page on his clipboard. "You struck a deal with the typewriter. You gave it your pulse to keep the city's heart beating, but a heart needs a body, and this city, it's losing its skin." He pointed to the ground. Near the gutter, the concrete was beginning to peel away like old wallpaper, revealing a void of white, unprinted space beneath. The slurry of gray static I had feared was beginning to manifest, not as a predatory mist, but as a lack of data. The world was being deleted from the edges inward. The archive is failing because you're trying to live in the story instead of writing it, the man said. You can't be the protagonist and the narrator at the same time, Miller. The perspective shift is tearing the reality apart. Elena gripped my arm. He's lying, Miller. He's trying to get you back into the basement so they can lock the door for good. Am I? The man in the gray suit stepped closer. As he moved, his shadow didn't follow him. It stayed pinned to the lamp post, a dark, independent shape. Look at your hand, detective, the one you think is flesh. I looked. My right hand, the one that had typed the auditors into oblivion, was beginning to stutter. It would appear solid for a second, then blur into a series of flickering frames, like a film reel caught in a projector. I could see the bones, then the wood grain, then the translucent film ribbon of the typewriter. You're becoming a ghost of your own making, the man said. The only way to stabilize the image is to return to the source, back to the basement, back to the keys. I looked at Alina. Her face was full of a desperate, beautiful terror. She was the anchor, but the rope was fraying. If I stayed, I would vanish into a smudge of ink. If I left, I would become the furniture of a lonely god. There has to be another way, I said, the words catching in my throat. A third option, a footnote. The man in the suit checked his stopwatch. You have 3 minutes before the delete command reaches this block. I suggest you find your punctuation quickly. He turned and began to walk away, his figure growing faint as he moved, as if he were being erased by the very air he breathed. I looked at the yellow boot in Alina's hand. Then I looked at the yellow raincoat on my arm. The boy, I whispered. He said he was the secret the fog was holding. He said he was the thing that happens when they aren't looking. Miller, what are you doing? Alina asked, her voice trembling. I took the boot from her and shoved it into the pocket of the raincoat. The logistics work on math. They work on balance. But stories work on coincidence. They work on the things that don't make sense until the very last page. I looked around the street, searching for the glitch. I didn't look for the auditors or the gray suit. I looked for the thing that didn't belong in a perfect, archived world. I saw it, a small red balloon snagged on a piece of rebar sticking out of a construction site across the street. It was bobbing in the wind, a bright, irrational dot of color. It was a cliché, a trope, a piece of narrative debris that served no purpose other than to be poignant. That's it, I said. I ran toward the construction site, Alina trailing behind me. My hand was flickering violently now, the sensation of pins and needles turning into a numb, hollow void. I reached the balloon. It was old, the rubber thin and powdered with dust. I tied the yellow raincoat to the string of the balloon. Miller, that's not going to do anything, Alina cried. It's not supposed to do anything, I shouted back over the rising whine of the entropy. It's supposed to be a metaphor, and the logistics can't archive a metaphor because it doesn't have a fixed value. I let go. The balloon didn't float up into the sky. It was pulled sideways, caught in a draft that shouldn't have existed. It drifted toward the peeling edge of the world, toward the white void where the pavement ended. As the yellow raincoat touched the white space, the void didn't swallow it. Instead, the yellow bled outward. The raincoat acted like a brush, painting the void with color, with texture, with the messy, unorganized reality of a child's imagination. The white space began to fill with images, not of Seattle, but of things that had never been archived. A forest of blue trees, a sea made of clocks, a sky where 2 moons hung like silver coins. The delete command hit a wall. The entropy stuttered, the high-pitched whine dropping into a confused, low-frequency rumble. You're writing outside the margins, the voice of the man in the suit echoed, though he was nowhere to be seen. You can't do that. There's no paper there. I'm not using paper, I yelled into the wind. I'm using the fog. I felt a sudden, violent lurch in my chest. The flickering in my hand stopped. The wood grain receded, replaced by the steady, warm pulse of blood. The basement gave a final, frustrated groan deep beneath the earth, the sound of 1,000 filing cabinets slamming shut at once. The world stabilized. The red balloon popped, and the yellow raincoat fell into the void, but it didn't disappear. It stayed there, a bright yellow bridge between the world that was and the world that could be. I turned back to Alina. She was staring at the bridge, her eyes wide with wonder. "You did it," she whispered. "You broke the ledger." "No," I said, breathing hard. "I just added a new chapter, one they can't audit." The street was quiet again. The waitress was still pouring coffee, but now she was humming a tune I didn't recognize, a melody that felt new, unrecorded. The man at the table looked up and smiled at us, his face perfectly clear, every wrinkle and pore a testament to a life that was no longer just a file. I looked at my hands. They were solid, they were mine. But in the distance, back toward the precinct, I saw a thin wisp of gray smoke rising from a sidewalk vent. The basement wasn't gone. It would never be gone. The archive would always be there, waiting for the moments we forgot to hold on to, waiting for the secrets we were too tired to keep. "We can't stay here," I said, taking Alina's hand. "Where are we going?" I looked toward the yellow bridge, toward the impossible forest and the sea of clocks. "To find the boy," I said. "He's got the rest of the story, and I think he's tired of being a variable." We stepped off the edge of the known world, our feet finding purchase on the yellow plastic of a raincoat that had become a continent. Behind us, the fog rolled back in, thick and pearlescent, swallowing the city of Seattle and the precinct and the basement. But as the gray closed in, I didn't feel the cold. I felt the hum of 1,000 voices, 1,000 lives, all waiting to be told. And I knew, for the first time in my life, that I wasn't just the archive. I was the author. And the next page was blank, waiting for the ink. The transition from the solid, rain-slicked concrete of Seattle to the yielding, translucent surface of the raincoat bridge was not a fall, but a shift in frequency. My boot struck the yellow plastic, and instead of the hollow thud of synthetic fabric, there was a resonant chime, like a finger drawn around the rim of a crystal glass. Alina gasped, her grip on my hand tightening until her knuckles went white, but she didn't pull back. She stepped with me into the impossible. Behind us, the city didn't vanish so much as it paused. The diner, the street lamps, and the man with the silver eyes became a still life, a photograph left to cure in a darkroom. The air here didn't smell of salt or exhaust. It smelled of ozone and old paper, the scent of a library that had been struck by lightning. "Miller," Alina whispered, her voice carrying an unnatural clarity, as if she were speaking directly into my inner ear. "Look at the horizon, it's moving." She was right. The landscape of the almost, the world I had painted with the boy's discarded garment, was fluid. The forest of blue trees wasn't standing in dirt. The roots were tangled in ribbons of typewriter film, pulsing with a faint, bioluminescent glow. Every leaf was a scrap of a diary entry, a grocery list, a love letter never sent. They fluttered in a wind that tasted of ink. "It's a graveyard of data," I said, the realization settling heavy in my chest. Everything the logistics deemed noise. Everything that didn't fit the grand calculation. It didn't go away, Alina. It just leaked out here. We walked further along the yellow path. The further we went, the more the physics of the place began to unravel. Gravity became a suggestion. We passed a clock tower where the hands were made of frozen smoke, pointing to hours that didn't exist. Below us, the sea of clocks ticked in a chaotic, polyrhythmic heartbeat, a billion seconds all trying to happen at once. "Toby," I shouted, my voice echoing off the blue canopy. "Toby, we have the boot." There was no answer, only the rustle of the paper leaves. "He's afraid," Alina said, her intuition cutting through the surrealism of the environment. He's been the secret for so long, he doesn't know how to be the discovery. We reached a clearing where the blue trees gave way to a massive, upright structure that looked like a cross between a cathedral and a printing press. It was built of obsidian-colored keys, each one the size of a tombstone. At the summit, a giant platen turned slowly, fed by a waterfall of white light that looked suspiciously like unwritten pages. And there, sitting on the shift key, was the boy. He looked smaller here, stripped of the oversized raincoat. He was wearing a simple gray sweater that seemed to be fraying at the edges, turning into literal thread that drifted into the air. He was holding a small, silver compass, but the needle wasn't spinning. It was vibrating, pointing straight up at the waterfall of light. "You shouldn't have come," Toby said without looking up. His voice was no longer the eerie, distorted echo I'd heard in the basement. It was thin, brittle, and profoundly tired. The man in the suit, he's right about one thing: the weight. You brought too much is into the almost. I stepped off the yellow path onto the obsidian floor. The surface was cold, vibrating with the mechanical hum of the great machine above us. "We brought your boot, Toby, and we brought a way out." The boy finally looked at us. His eyes weren't silver and they weren't human. They were like deep wells of ink reflecting everything and nothing. "There is no out, Miller. There's only the archive and the waste. I'm the king of the waste. If I leave, the balance breaks. The archive will collapse under the weight of its own perfection, and the waste will flood the world with nonsense. You saw the white space. That's just the beginning." "Then we changed the system," I said, moving closer. "The logistics wanted a closed loop. They wanted a story with a period at the end. But stories don't have to end. They just have to change perspective." I reached into my pocket and pulled out the yellow boot. It felt strangely heavy now, as if it had accumulated mass during our transit. I held it out to him. "You're not a leak, Toby. You're a footnote. And a footnote is the only place where the truth actually lives." Toby stared at the boot. A flicker of something, memory, perhaps, or simple human longing crossed his face. He reached out a trembling hand, but as his fingers brushed the plastic, a sharp, electric crackle filled the air. The obsidian keys beneath us began to depress. Clack, clack, clack. The great machine was starting to type. "They've found the bridge," Toby whispered, terror leaking into his voice. "The logistics, they aren't auditing anymore. They're overwriting." I looked back the way we had come. The yellow bridge was being consumed, not by fire but by black ink that crawled along the plastic like a sentient oil spill. Behind the ink came the auditors. They weren't the geometric shapes from before. They had taken on a more terrifying form. They looked like us, perfect porcelain versions of Miller and Alina, their faces devoid of lines, their clothes pressed with impossible precision. They moved in perfect synchronization, their footsteps silent. "The revisionists," Toby said, backing away toward the waterfall of light. "They don't archive the mess, they smooth it out. They'll turn us into a cohesive narrative. No glitches, no secrets, just a beginning, a middle, and a very clean end." The porcelain Miller reached the edge of the clearing. It raised a hand, and the air in front of me began to crystallize into a solid block of text. I could see the words forming in the air, a description of my own movements. Miller stood frozen, his heart hammering against ribs that felt like lead. He realized the futility of his rebellion. "No," I growled, swinging my fist through the shimmering letters. They shattered like glass, the shards dissolving into gray mist. "I'm not a character in your report." But more words were forming. Alina screamed as the cold reached her. I spun around. Alina was stumbling, her legs being wrapped in ribbons of white paper that spiraled up from the floor. She wasn't screaming, though. She was fighting, tearing at the paper with her fingernails, her face set in a mask of pure defiance. "Miller, the typewriter," she yelled. "It's not just recording, it's the engine. If you can't stop the ink, change the font. I looked up at the massive platen at the waterfall of light. The porcelain auditors were closing in, their movements fluid and relentless. They didn't need to strike us. They just needed to get close enough for their perfection to override our noise. My hand began to flicker again, the wood grain returning, the needle tips of my fingers itching with the urge to type. "Toby, give me the compass," I shouted. The boy hesitated, then tossed the silver device. It tumbled through the air, and for a moment, time seemed to dilate. I saw the porcelain miller leap for it, its face a blank void of intent. I lunged, my driftwood fingers elongating, reaching with a speed that wasn't human. I caught the compass and slammed it into the shift key beneath my feet. The entire cathedral of keys shuddered. A deep, metallic groan vibrated through the floor, a sound of tectonic plates shifting. The waterfall of light turned a violent, bruised purple. "What are you doing?" the boy cried, clinging to the edge of the key. "I'm changing the mode," I yelled. "The archive works on lowercase, the mundane, the expected, the small. I'm giving it the uppercase. I'm giving it the magnitude." I began to run across the keyboard, jumping from A to Z, not to spell words but to disrupt the rhythm. Every time my feet hit a key, a thunderous boom echoed through the void, and a new element was added to the landscape. A volcano of red ink erupted in the distance. The sea of clocks began to fly, their gears turning into golden birds. The blue trees grew thorns made of lightning. The porcelain auditors faltered. Their movements became jerky, their frames stuttering as they tried to process the sudden influx of non-linear data. The porcelain miller's face cracked, a jagged line of black ink weeping down its cheek. It tried to speak, but only a series of garbled symbols came out, the sound of a corrupted file. "The story is getting too big," Toby shouted, his voice rising above the cacophony. "The margins are gone. Miller, you're going to break the world." "Let it break," I replied, leaping onto the space bar. The impact sent a shockwave of white light through the clearing. The paper ribbons around Alina's legs disintegrated. The black ink on the bridge retreated, boiling away into nothingness. The porcelain duplicates shattered into a million unprinted characters, scattered like dust in the wind. But the machine didn't stop. It began to accelerate. The platen spun faster and faster, the waterfall of light becoming a blinding vortex. The obsidian keys were vibrating so hard I could feel my teeth rattling in my skull. "We have to go into the light," I shouted, reaching for Alina. "Into the void?" she asked, her eyes reflecting the purple glow. "It's not a void anymore," I said, grabbing her hand and pulling her toward the summit. "It's the source. It's where the ink comes from before it's told what to be." We scrambled up the side of the great machine, Toby climbing alongside us. The boy was laughing now, a wild, hysterical sound. He had put on the yellow boot, just one, and he was hopping from key to key with the grace of a mountain goat. "The fog," he yelled. "The fog is the breath of the machine. It's the steam from the engine." We reached the top, standing on the edge of the spinning platen. Below us, the sea of clocks and the forest of blue trees were being sucked into the vortex, being recycled into raw potential. The city of Seattle was visible in the distance, a small, flickering island of order in a rising ocean of chaos. "If we go in," Alina said, her voice barely audible over the roar of the light, "do we come back?" "We don't come back as files," I said, looking at her. "We come back as the writers. We come back as the secrets that don't want to be kept." I looked at Toby. The boy was standing at the very edge, the wind whipping his hair. He looked at the single yellow boot on his foot, then at the vast, unwritten expanse ahead of him. "I'm not a variable anymore," he said, and his voice sounded like a chorus of 1,000 children. "I'm the theme." He jumped. He didn't fall. He vanished into the purple light, and for a second, the entire universe seemed to hold its breath. A single, golden letter appeared in the center of the vortex, a character that didn't exist in any alphabet, a symbol for the beginning. "Ready?" I asked Alina. She nodded, her hand gripping mine with a strength that defied the end of the world. "Write a good one, Miller." We stepped off the edge together. The sensation wasn't of falling, but of being dissolved. I felt the memories of my life, the smell of my father's pipe, the cold weight of my first badge, the taste of the coffee in the diner, break apart into their component atoms. But they didn't disappear. They were being rearranged. The grief wasn't being recycled. It was being transformed into the foundation of something else. The fear was becoming the tension that made the story worth reading. I saw the archive, the vast, subterranean mountain of filing cabinets. I saw Henderson sitting at his desk, his eyes wide as the ceiling of his world began to leak golden ink. I saw the logistics, their geometric bodies unfolding into complex, beautiful fractals that they couldn't control. And then I saw the fog. It wasn't outside anymore. It was inside me. It was the space between the words, the silence between the heartbeats. It was full of secrets, yes, but they weren't hidden. They were waiting. The light swallowed us. I woke up on a park bench. The air was cool and smelled of salt and wet cedar. I could hear the distant cry of seagulls and the rhythmic thrum of a fairy horn. I opened my eyes and saw the gray sky of Seattle, but it didn't look like a ceiling anymore. It looked like a canvas. Alina was sitting next to me. She was leaning back, her eyes closed, a small smile on her lips. She looked younger, the lines of stress and grief around her eyes softened into something like peace. "Miller," she whispered, not opening her eyes. "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" "The typewriter, it stopped." I listened. The city was full of noise, the hiss of tires on wet pavement, the chatter of tourists, the hum of the wind in the trees. But the underlying ticking, the steady, rhythmic heartbeat of the archive was gone. The world was no longer being recorded. It was just happening. I looked down at my hands. They were solid. No wood grain, no flickering. Just the hands of a man who had seen too much and decided to do something about it. I reached into my pocket and felt something cold and hard. I pulled it out. It was a small, obsidian typewriter key. It didn't have a letter on it. It was blank. "What is that?" Alina asked, opening her eyes. "The new page key," I said. I looked across the park. Near a cluster of bushes, a flash of bright color caught my eye. A boy in a yellow raincoat was running through the grass, chasing a red balloon that was dancing in the wind. He was wearing two boots now, one yellow, one a weathered brown that looked like it had traveled 1,000 miles. He stopped and looked at us. He didn't wave. He didn't smile. He just nodded, a solemn, knowing gesture, and then turned and ran into the mist that was beginning to curl around the base of the trees. The fog was still there. It would always be there. It was the part of the world that remained unwritten, the part that belonged to the ghosts and the dreamers and the things that happened when the logistics weren't looking. "We have a lot of work to do," I said, standing up. "Doing what?" Alina asked, rising with me. "The archive is closed. The logistics are gone. We're out of a job, detective." I looked at the obsidian key in my hand, then at the city around us, vibrant and messy and gloriously unarchived. "We're not detectives anymore, Alina," I said. "We're the ones who make sure the secrets stay safe, not by hiding them in a basement, but by letting them breathe." We started walking toward the street. The city felt different, lighter, as if a great weight had been lifted from its shoulders. The shadows were still deep, and the alleyways were still dark, but they didn't feel like traps. They felt like possibilities. As we crossed the street, I saw a man in a gray suit standing by a newsstand. He wasn't the man with the silver eyes. He was just a man complaining about the price of the paper. He looked at me. and for a second, I saw a flicker of recognition in his eyes, a memory of a dream he couldn't quite place. I smiled at him and kept walking. The fog outside held secrets, it was true. But for the first time, I wasn't afraid of what they were. I was excited to find out what they would become. The harvest was over, the growth had begun, and the story was finally beautifully out of control. The transition back to the is was not a seamless stitch. It was a jagged repair, like a bone that had set slightly off-center. Seattle looked the same, but the texture was different. The rain didn't just fall, it narrated the pavement. The gray of the sky wasn't a flat wash of watercolor anymore. It was a layered composition of charcoal and silver, hiding depths that my eyes, now tuned to the frequency of the almost, could almost decode. Elena walked beside me, her gait rhythmic and certain. She wasn't looking for the auditors anymore. She wasn't looking for the seams in the world. She was looking at the people, the woman struggling with a broken umbrella, the barista wiping down a window, the dog barking at a phantom scent in the gutter. To her, they were no longer data points to be protected from the waste. They were the waste. They were the glorious, unorganized noise that the logistics had tried so hard to filter out. "It's too quiet," she said, though the city was roaring with the noonday rush. "The hum is gone," I agreed. I touched the obsidian key in my pocket. It was cold, a small anchor of the almost resting against my thigh. The machine isn't dictating the subtext anymore. People are just being. "For now," she cautioned. "Systems don't just vanish, Miller. They reorganize. The logistics were a shape, a way of thinking. You broke the typewriter, but the ink is still wet. Someone will try to pick up the pen." I looked at the Space Needle piercing the low-hanging clouds. It looked less like a landmark and more like an antenna. "Then we'll be the smudge on the page," I said. "Every time they try to write a perfect sentence, we'll be the typo that ruins it." We reached the street where my old precinct stood. It looked smaller, grayer, a tomb for a version of myself that had died the moment I stepped into that basement with the yellow boot. I didn't want to go back. I couldn't. How do you file a report on the evaporation of reality? How do you explain to a sergeant that the missing boy didn't run away? He became the personification of the margins. "Where are we going?" Elena asked. She stopped at the corner of 4th and Pike, the wind whipping her hair across her face. "To the library," I said. She frowned. "The archive is gone, Miller. You saw it collapse." "Not the archive," I clarified. "The public library, the one with the glass walls. If we're going to be the guardians of the unwritten, we need a place where stories are kept, not processed." The Seattle Central Library was a jagged mountain of glass and steel, a geometric fever dream that looked like it had been dropped into the city from a higher dimension. As we entered, the smell hit me, not the ozone and old paper of the almost, but the smell of dust, coffee, and 1,000 different human lives pressed between covers. It was chaotic. It was disorganized. It was perfect. We climbed the neon yellow escalators, rising through the levels of the mixing chamber. I felt the obsidian key vibrate in my pocket as we passed the rows of computers. The digital world was still there, buzzing with its own binary logic, but it felt thin. It felt like a veneer over something much older. On the 10th floor, in the reading room under the soaring glass ceiling, I found a table in the corner. From here, you could see the fog rolling in from the sound, a thick, white wall that swallowed the ships and the piers. "Toby is out there," Elena said, leaning against the glass. "I can feel him. He's the reason the fog isn't lifting. He's keeping the veil thick." "He's giving us time," I said. I pulled a notebook from my jacket, a real one with lined paper and a cheap spiral binding. I took out a pen. My fingers felt heavy, the driftwood sensation gone, but the memory of it still itching in my nerves. "What are you doing?" "I'm writing it down," I said. "Not for the logistics, not for an audit, I'm writing the almost into the is. If we don't anchor the memory of what happened, the world will scab over. The revisionists might be gone, but the human mind is the greatest revisionist of all.
I can't find the way
We'll
out.
convince ourselves it was a hallucination, a gas leak, a collective breakdown, and then we'll be vulnerable again. Elena sat across from me. She watched as I wrote the first words. The fog outside holds secrets. They'll think you're crazy, she whispered. Good, crazy is a glitch. Crazy is noise. They don't monitor the crazy ones. They just archive them under unreliable. As I wrote, the library around us began to shift. It was subtle. The light through the glass turned a shade of bruised purple for a fraction of a second. A book on a nearby shelf slid out an inch, its spine glowing with a faint, bioluminescent ink. I looked up and saw a man standing near the elevators. He was wearing a gray suit, but he wasn't an auditor. He was just a man, but his eyes, they weren't silver. They were the color of a storm at sea. He nodded to me, a slow, respectful inclination of the head, and then he walked into the elevator and was gone. The survivors, Elena said, seeing my gaze. The ones who were trapped in the almost. They're leaking back in, aren't they? The waste is returning home, I said. The lost things, the forgotten people, the secrets that were deemed too messy for the grand calculation. I thought of the man in the diner, the one with the silver eyes who had warned me. I wondered if he was still sitting there, frozen in a photograph that had never been developed, or if he was somewhere in the city right now, breathing in the salt air and marveling at the weight of his own skin. An hour passed, then two. My hand ached, but I didn't stop. I wrote about the basement. I wrote about the girl in the red dress who had become a smear of ink. I wrote about the blue trees and the sea of clocks. I wrote about Toby, the boy who became the king of the waste. As the sun began to set, casting long, orange shadows across the reading room, the obsidian key in my pocket grew warm. I pulled it out and set it on the table. In the dimming light, the blank face of the key began to change. A symbol appeared, etched in white light. It wasn't a letter. It was a footprint, the small, distinct shape of a child's boot. He's still with us, Elena said, touching the key. He's the footnote, I reminded her. The part of the story that explains why the rest of it matters. A shadow fell over the table. I looked up, expecting an auditor, expecting the porcelain perfection of a revisionist. But it was just a librarian, a young woman with tired eyes and a sweater that was unraveling at the sleeves. We're closing in 10 minutes, she said. Her voice was husky real. She looked at the obsidian key, then at the notebook filled with my frantic, jagged handwriting. She didn't call security. She didn't look alarmed. She just smiled, a small, weary smile. That's a lot of noise you've got there, she said. It's a story, I replied. The best ones usually are, she said. She reached out and straightened a stack of books on the neighboring table. Just make sure you leave the margins open. People like to write their own notes in the edges. She walked away, and as she moved, I saw a flicker of gold thread trailing from her hem, the same thread I had seen in Toby's sweater. The world wasn't fixed. It wasn't safe. The logistics had been a dam, and I had blown it up. The flood was coming, a deluge of the irrational, the impossible, and the true. Seattle was going to become a place where the fog didn't just hide things, it birthed them. What now, Miller? Elena asked. I closed the notebook. The obsidian key stopped glowing, but it remained heavy, a physical proof of the almost. Now, I said, we go find a place to stay, somewhere with a view of the water, somewhere where the fog is thickest. And then we wait for the next glitch, because Toby was right. The archive is collapsing and the waste is flooding the world. There are going to be more people like us, people who have seen the ink behind the eyes. They're going to be scared. They're going to be lost. I stood up, tucking the notebook under my arm. Elena stood with me, her hand finding mine. Her grip was warm, solid, and entirely human. We're the new logistics, she said, a hint of irony in her voice. No, I said, leading her toward the yellow escalator. We're the ones who make sure the logistics never happen again. We're the editors of the chaos. We walked out of the library and into the Seattle night. The fog had moved in completely now, turning the street lamps into hazy, glowing orbs. The city felt muffled, wrapped in a blanket of white static. As we walked down toward the waterfront, I heard a sound. It was faint, distant, but unmistakable. It wasn't the ticking of a clock or the clack of a typewriter. It was the sound of a child laughing. I looked toward a dark alleyway, and for a split second I saw a flash of yellow plastic. A boy was standing there, his raincoat shimmering in the damp air. He wasn't alone. Beside him stood a girl in a red dress, her form solid and vibrant, her eyes no longer leaking ink but bright with a fierce, newborn intelligence. They didn't stay. They turned and vanished into the mist, two secrets that had finally found a way to be heard. I squeezed Alina's hand. Did you see them? I saw them, she said, and I think I see more. She pointed toward the pier. Out in the harbor, the fog was swirling in patterns that shouldn't have been possible. Giant, luminous shapes were moving beneath the surface of the water, creatures made of light and unwritten poetry, returning to a world that had tried to delete them. The city was changing. The almost was merging with the is, and the result was something terrifying and beautiful. The sky was no longer a limit, it was a prologue. We walked until we reached the edge of the pier. The water lapped against the wood, a dark, rhythmic pulse. I took the obsidian key from my pocket and held it over the edge. Are you sure? Alina asked. We don't need the key anymore, I said. We're already in the lock. I let go. The key hit the water with a soft splash and sank into the depths, returning to the source. I turned my back on the harbor and looked at the city. The lights of the skyscrapers flickered, not with a mechanical fault, but with the heartbeat of a million different stories all trying to be told at once. The silence was gone. The world was screaming, crying, laughing, and singing. It was a mess. It was a disaster. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. Miller, Alina said, her voice soft. Look at your hand. I looked down. In the pale light of the moon, my fingers were solid, but the shadows they cast on the pier were different. The shadows didn't match my hands. They were long, elegant shapes, like the nibs of fountain pens. I wasn't a character anymore. I wasn't an auditor. I was the ink. Let's go, Alina, I said. We have a lot of work to do. We walked into the fog, and for the first time in my life, I didn't feel like I was disappearing. I felt like I was finally being written into the world, one messy, beautiful, unscripted word at a time. The secrets were no longer outside. They were us, and the story was only just beginning. The transition from the library to the street felt like stepping through a series of veils, each thinner and more translucent than the last. The air in Seattle usually tasted of damp wool and exhaust, but tonight it carried the sharp, electric tang of a looming thunderstorm, the kind that didn't just break the heat, but broke the logic of the day. Alina walked with a newfound fluidity, her boots clicking against the pavement in a syncopation that seemed to harmonize with the flickering hum of the streetlights. We weren't hiding anymore. The frantic, shadowed urgency of the fugitive had been replaced by the heavy, purposeful stride of a witness. We reached a small, weathered pier near the Edgewater Hotel. The wood beneath our feet was slick with sea spray, and the fog here was so dense it felt structural, like we were walking through the halls of a palace made of cloud. I leaned against the rusted railing, looking out toward the dark expanse of Elliott Bay. Somewhere out there, the ferry was a ghost ship, its horn a low, mournful cello note that vibrated in my marrow. The logistics didn't just manage the world, Miller, Alina said, her voice barely a whisper against the wind. They held back the tide, all the things that didn't fit, The coincidences that were too perfect, the monsters that were too real, the love that defied the math. They shoved it all into the almost. Now that the basement is flooded, the tide is coming in. I looked at the water. A piece of driftwood floated by, but as I watched, it didn't bob like wood. It writhed. For a heartbeat, it looked like a human arm, pale and reaching, before it dissolved back into a knot of cedar and salt. My pulse didn't quicken. I simply accepted it. That was the new rule. The eyes could no longer be trusted to simplify the world. We need a base, I said. Somewhere the is and the almost overlap naturally. A place where the seams are already frayed. I know a place, she said. My grandfather had a bookshop in Pioneer Square, underground. It's been boarded up since the 90s. The city forgot it existed, which means the logistics probably stopped auditing it decades ago. We turned away from the water and headed toward the older heart of the city. Pioneer Square was a labyrinth of red brick and Romanesque arches, a place where the history of Seattle was literally layered. One era built directly on top of the ruins of the last. It was the perfect graveyard for a system that hated layers. As we walked, the city began to show its new teeth. A payphone, a relic that shouldn't have been working, started ringing as we passed. I didn't pick it up, but I could hear the voice leaking from the receiver. It wasn't a person. It was the sound of a forest fire, the crackle of burning pine and the roar of the wind. A block later, we saw a woman sitting on a bus bench. She was weeping, but her tears weren't salt water. They were small, perfect pearls that clattered onto the concrete and rolled into the gutter. She didn't look surprised. She looked relieved, as if she'd been holding that treasure in for a lifetime. The harvest is over, I murmured, echoing the thought that had haunted me since the park. The growth is messy. We reached a nondescript iron grate set into the sidewalk near an old totem pole. Elena pulled a heavy ring of keys from her bag, keys she must have kept through all her years of running, a tether to a life she thought she'd lost. She knelt, the dampness of the ground soaking into her jeans, and fumbled with a padlock that was orange with rust. With a groan of protesting metal, the grate swung upward. "Welcome to the margins," she said. We descended a narrow stone staircase. The air grew thick with the smell of old paper, vanilla, and something sharper, the scent of lightning trapped in a bottle. At the bottom, Elena struck a match. The flame bloomed, casting long, dancing shadows against walls lined with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves. This wasn't like the archive. The archive was a warehouse of dead things, categorized and cold. This place was a jungle. The books were crammed in at odd angles. Some were bound in leather, others in silk, and some appeared to be wrapped in dried kelp. There were no barcodes, no Dewey Decimal stickers, just the chaotic, beautiful accumulation of human thought. Elena found a kerosene lamp on a central table and lit it. The amber glow filled the room, revealing a space that felt like the inside of a ribcage. "He called it the unfinished room," she said, gesturing to the stacks. He believed that every time a story is told, it changes, that there is no such thing as a definitive version of anything. The logistics hated him. They tried to buy the building 3 times. He just stopped acknowledging their existence until they became a ghost to him, instead of the other way around. I ran my hand along the spine of a thick volume. The gold lettering was faded, but I could make out the title, The Geography of Shadow's Asterisk. As my fingers touched the cover, I felt a faint spark, a hum of narrative energy that made the hair on my arm stand up. "This is where we start," I said. I set my notebook down on the table next to the lamp. The blank pages seemed too thirsty for the ink I was about to spill. "Start what, Miller? We're just 2 people in a basement. The world is out there and it's unraveling." "We aren't just people anymore, Elena. We're the anchors. Look at the light." She looked up. The kerosene flame wasn't flickering in the draft. It was pulsing in time with our heartbeats. Outside, above the ceiling, I could hear the muffled sound of the city, the sirens, the footsteps, the rain. But here, the sound was filtered through the books. It sounded like a choir of 1,000,000,000 voices, all whispering different secrets at once. We record the glitches, I continued. We track the people who come back from the almost. We give them a place to tell their stories before the world tries to iron them out again. We become the new archive, but without the walls. We don't keep the secrets in. We keep the truth from being forgotten. I sat down in a heavy oak chair that groaned under my weight. I felt more solid than I ever had as a detective. My identity used to be a badge and a paycheck, a set of parameters defined by the city. Now, I was defined by the space between the words. I was the man who had seen the typewriter stop. "I need to find the others," Alina said, her eyes reflecting the lamp's glow. "The ones who were like me, the waste. They're going to be scared. They're going to think they're losing their minds because the sky turned the color of an old bruise or because their shadows started talking back. I can find them. I know the frequency of their fear." "Go," I said. "I'll stay here. I'll start the ledger." She paused at the foot of the stairs, looking back at me. The light caught the curve of her face, and for a second she looked like a figure from a Renaissance painting, luminous, tragic, and eternal. "Miller." "Yeah." Don't let the silence get too loud. That's how the logistics start, with a quiet room and a desire for order. "I'll keep the radio on," I promised. She nodded and climbed back up into the world of the wet pavement and the gray sky. I heard the great clang shut, and then there was only the sound of the lamp's hiss and the settling of the old building. I opened my notebook to a fresh page. The white paper was a vast, snowy field waiting for the first tracks. I picked up my pen. My hand was steady. The obsidian key was gone, resting at the bottom of the bay, but the weight of it was still in my palm. I began to write. October 14th, the first day of the unwritten era. The fog has settled over the city like a second skin. It is not a weather pattern. It is a transition state. Reports are coming in, not through the scanners, but through the air itself. A man in Queen Anne woke up to find that his reflection was 3 seconds behind his movements. A child in Ballard is drawing maps of a city that hasn't been built yet, using colors that don't exist in the visible spectrum. The auditors are gone, but the vacuum they left is pulling at the edges of reality. The almost is no longer a destination. It is a neighbor. I stopped writing as a soft sound echoed through the room. It wasn't coming from the street. It was coming from the back of the shop, where the shadows were deepest. Scratch, scratch, scratch. I stood up, taking the lamp with me. The light cut through the gloom, illuminating rows of books that seemed to lean toward me, eager to be read. In the very back corner, behind a stack of old encyclopedias, I saw a small movement. A pair of yellow boots. My heart skipped. Toby. The boots moved, but it wasn't the boy. It was a girl, perhaps 6 years old. She was wearing the yellow boots I had seen on the boy in the park, one bright and new, the other weathered and brown. She was sitting on the floor, surrounded by a circle of salt she had poured from a kitchen shaker. In her hand, she held a piece of charcoal. She was drawing on the floor. It wasn't a picture. It was a line of text, written in a language that looked like birds in flight. She looked up at me, and her eyes were not silver, nor were they leaking ink. They were a deep, vibrant green, the color of moss after a heavy rain. "He said you'd be here," she whispered. "Who?" "The boy with the balloon. He said the man with the notebook would keep the light on." I knelt down, keeping the lamp low so as not to startle her. "What are you writing?" She looked down at the charcoal script. The names of the things that were deleted. If I write them here, they can't be unhappened again. Right. I felt a lump form in my throat. This was the growth. This was the messy, beautiful consequence of breaking the machine. "That's right," I said. If you write them here, they stay. She nodded solemnly and went back to her work. I sat on the floor near her, the cold stone of the basement pressing against my legs. I didn't ask her who she was or how she had found this place. In the new world, the how was less important than the is. I turned back to my notebook, resting it on my knee. The first witness has arrived, I wrote. She is reclaiming the deleted. She wears the boots of the messenger. I looked at the girl, then at the thousands of books surrounding us. Each one was a fortress. Each one was a rebellion. The logistics had tried to turn the world into a single, cohesive narrative, a straight line from beginning to end with no room for the waste. They had failed. The world wasn't a line. It was a library. It was a fog-choked street where anything could happen and usually did. Outside, the rain began to fall harder, drumming against the sidewalk grates like a million tiny hammers. It was a chaotic sound, unmeasured and wild. I closed my eyes for a moment, listening to the rhythm of the city, the real city, the one that breathed and bled and forgot its own name. The secrets were still there, tucked into the alleyways and hidden in the steam rising from the manholes. But they weren't burdens anymore. They were the fuel. I opened my eyes and looked at the girl. She had finished her line of charcoal text and was looking at me expectantly. "What's next?" she asked. I smiled, and for the first time in years, the smile felt like it belonged to my face. I reached out and handed her a blank sheet of paper from my notebook. "Whatever you want," I said. "The page is yours." The fog outside held secrets, and so did the basement, and so did the hearts of the people walking the wet streets of Seattle. But as the lamp flickered and the girl began to draw a sun that looked like a sunflower, I realized that the greatest secret of all was the one the logistics could never understand. The story doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be told. I picked up my pen and began the next chapter. The ink flowed black and certain, a thin line of truth cutting through the beautiful, terrifying mist. We were the guardians of the noise, the keepers of the glitch, and for the first time in the history of the world, nobody knew what was going to happen on the next page. It was the most terrifying feeling I had ever known. I loved it. The girl's name, it turned out, was Minnow. She didn't know why. "It's a small fish," she told me, her charcoal-stained fingers tracing the rough grain of the floorboards. "The kind that moves in flashes so the big ones can't bite them." I watched her for a long time, the scratching of her charcoal providing a rhythmic counterpoint to the distant, muffled roar of the city above. The unfinished room felt less like a basement and more like a diving bell, submerged in a sea of rising static. Every few minutes, the light from the kerosene lamp would stretch and distort, casting shadows that looked like tall, thin men in suits, the ghosts of auditors, only for the shadows to dissolve into piles of books as soon as I blinked. The transition was jagged. The reality of the world was no longer a polished mirror. It was a mosaic with half the pieces missing and the other half replaced by stained glass. I stood up, my joints popping with a sound like dry twigs breaking. My body felt heavy, tethered to the earth by a gravity that seemed to have intensified now that the almost was leaking in. I began to walk the perimeter of the room, my hand trailing along the spines of the books. They felt warm. Some vibrated with a low-frequency hum, like a purring cat. "Minnow," I said, my voice sounding strange in the thick air. "How did you get past the grate? It was locked." She didn't look up from her drawing, a sprawling, intricate map of a park that didn't exist, filled with trees that had eyes instead of leaves. "I didn't go through the grate. I went through the reflection." "The reflection?" She pointed to a dusty, silver-backed mirror propped against a stack of encyclopedias. Its surface wasn't showing the room. It was showing a street in Seattle, but the buildings were made of folded paper and the rain was falling upward. "The boy told me that if you step where the light doesn't want to go, you can find the back door. He said you were the one who opened it." I looked at the mirror. A cold shiver crawled down my spine. I hadn't just broken a system. I had shattered the glass between the what is and the what might have been. The logistics hadn't just been sensors. They had been the glass itself. Without them, the two worlds were bleeding into one another, creating a purple bruised twilight where logic was a suggestion and memory was a physical place. I returned to the oak table and picked up my pen. I needed to document this. If I didn't write it down, it would drift away into the fog, becoming just another ghost story. Entry 2, the girl Minnow. She claims to have traveled through a reflection. This suggests that the almost isn't just a place where things are sent. It's a parallel state that is now accessible through the cracks in our own reality. The physical laws of the city are softening. I can feel the ink in my veins. It isn't a metaphor. When I think of a word, I can feel the weight of it in my fingertips. I stopped writing when the bell above the hidden stairs gave a ghostly, rusted chime. It wasn't the sound of someone opening the grate. It was the sound of a memory of a bell. Elena returned an hour later. She wasn't alone. She descended the stairs, followed by a man who looked like he had been put together from 3 different people. One of his eyes was a piercing blue, the other a dull, milky gray. He wore a coat that seemed to change color as he moved, shifting from a deep navy to a vibrant, impossible violet. Behind him came a teenager with hair that flickered like dying embers, and a woman who carried a birdcage filled with nothing but glowing white moths. I found them near the market, Elena said, her face flushed with the cold and the adrenaline. The logistics had them marked for extraction tonight. They were standing on the street corner, invisible to everyone else, just waiting for the cleaners to come and sweep them into the gutter. The man with the mismatched eyes stepped forward. He looked around the unfinished room with a reverence that bordered on hunger. "It's real," he whispered. "The place where the stories don't end." "This is Miller," Elena said, gesturing to me. "He's the one who held the key." The man looked at me, and for a second his gray eye cleared, becoming as sharp as a diamond. "You're the auditor who stopped auditing, the shepherd who burned the fence." "I'm just a man with a notebook," I said, though I knew it was a lie. My shadow on the wall behind me was currently holding a pen the size of a sword. "I'm Silas," the man said. "I was a clockmaker, or I was supposed to be, but every clock I made started counting backward toward the day the world was supposed to end. The logistics didn't like that. They told me my clocks were statistically improbable. They tried to take my hands." He held up his hands. They were scarred, the skin etched with fine silver lines that looked like circuitry. The woman with the moth stepped closer to the lamp. "They took my daughter," she said softly. "They said she was a narrative redundancy because she looked too much like a girl who had died 50 years ago. They told me she never existed, but I can still hear her breathing in the static on the radio." I looked at the group, the waste, the almost people, the glitches in the grand design. They were the beauty the system couldn't categorize. They were the poetry that didn't rhyme. "Sit," I said, pulling more chairs toward the table. "Tell me everything. Tell me the things they told you to forget. Tell me the dreams that didn't fit the schedule." For the next 5 hours, the unfinished room became a confessional. I wrote until my hand cramped, until the ink in my pen ran dry, and I had to dip it into a jar of blackberry juice Elena found in the kitchenette. I recorded stories of houses that grew extra rooms overnight, of dogs that spoke in Latin, of a man who found a hole in the sky over the Space Needle and saw a giant eye looking back. As they spoke, the room began to change. The walls seemed to expand, the bookshelves growing taller and deeper. The air became thick with the collective weight of their stories. Every time a new detail was added to the ledger, the flickering of the lamp stabilized. We were anchoring them. By acknowledging their existence, we were weaving them back into the fabric of the is. "They're coming, you know," Silas said, interrupting the woman's story about the moths. The room went silent. Who? Alina asked. The remnants, Silas said. The logistics were a machine, yes, but every machine has a failsafe. There are entities, not people, not characters, that were designed to reset the board if the game went off the rails. They're like white blood cells. They don't think, they just consume the infection. We aren't an infection, Alina snapped. To the system, we are, Silas replied. We are the cancer of the unpredictable. I looked up at the ceiling. The muffled sound of the city had changed. The chaotic, beautiful noise of the new world was being drowned out by a low, rhythmic thrumming. It sounded like a massive heart beating beneath the pavement, or a giant typewriter, its keys striking the earth with the force of a hammer. Thump, thump, thump. They're searching for the source of the leak, I said, standing up. They're searching for this room. Can they find us? Minnow asked, clutching her charcoal. The logistics worked on logic, I said, thinking fast. They found things through patterns, through data, through the predictable path of a life. This room is built on the opposite. It's built on the unfinished, the discarded, and the impossible. But you're writing it down, Miller, Alina pointed out, her eyes wide. You're creating a record. You're creating a pattern. I looked at my notebook. She was right. By trying to save the stories, I was giving the enemy a map. The very act of observation was a form of auditing. I was turning the almost into the is, and in doing so, I was making it visible to the things that wanted to delete it. Then we changed the language, I said. I grabbed a stack of blank paper and handed a sheet to everyone at the table. Don't write what happened, I told them. Write what asterisk could asterisk have happened. Write the lies that feel more true than the truth. Write in metaphors. Write in riddles. If we make the record impossible to read, they can't use it to find us. Silas grinned, his mismatched eyes dancing. A weaponized fiction. Exactly. We began to write. We didn't write about the city. We wrote about a kingdom made of glass and honey. We didn't write about the fog. We wrote about the breath of a sleeping dragon. We turned our history into a myth, our fear into a fable. As we wrote, the thrumming outside began to falter. The rhythmic striking of the keys became erratic, confused. The system was looking for a leak in Seattle, but it was finding a story about a girl who turned into a star and a clockmaker who built a sun. The basement began to glow with a strange, bioluminescent light. The books on the shelves started to whisper back, their pages turning on their own as they joined the chorus of the unfinished. The room was no longer just a basement. It was becoming a pocket of pure potential, a place where the rules of the world were being rewritten by the very people who had been written out of it. I looked at Alina. She was writing with a feverish intensity, her pen moving across the page like a conductor's baton. She looked up and caught my eye, and in that moment, I saw the woman she was supposed to be. Not a fugitive, not a ghost, but a creator. It's working, she whispered. The static is moving away. I leaned back in my chair, my heart racing. The almost was no longer a threat. It was our shield. But I knew this was only a temporary reprieve. The world outside was still a disaster. People were still waking up to find their lives unrecognizable. The is and the almost were still colliding, and the friction was going to create more than just beautiful light. It was going to create fire. I looked down at the last line I had written in my own notebook. The fog is not a veil. It is the ink of a god who has forgotten how to write, and we are the pens. I heard a soft sound from the stairs. Not a bell this time, a footstep. I picked up the lamp and walked toward the darkness of the stairwell. The others stopped writing, their eyes fixed on the shadows. A figure emerged from the gloom. It wasn't a remnant, it wasn't an auditor. It was a man in a tattered trench coat, his face obscured by a wide-brimmed hat. He looked like a character from a noir film that had been left out in the rain for too long. He held a small, silver bird in his hand, a mechanical toy that chirped with a sound like a ticking watch. "Is this the place?" he asked, his voice like gravel. "The place where the stories go when they're tired of being told." I looked at him, then at the room full of people, then at the ledger of beautiful lies on the table. "No," I said, stepping aside to let him in. "This is the place where the stories begin." He entered the room, and as he crossed the threshold, his tattered coat turned into a cloak of feathers. He sat down at the table, took a piece of paper, and began to write. I returned to my seat and looked at the girl, Minnow. She was watching the newcomer with wide, curious eyes. "Miller," she asked. "Yes." "If the world is a story, who's reading it?" I looked at the lamp, at the flickering flame that shouldn't have been able to burn in an airless room. I thought about the obsidian key at the bottom of the bay. I thought about the boy with the yellow raincoat, standing in the fog, waiting for a balloon that would never come. "We are Minnow," I said. "We're the ones reading it, and for the first time we're allowed to change the ending." The scratching of the pens resumed, a frantic, glorious sound that filled the unfinished room. Outside, the fog continued to swirl through the streets of Seattle, carrying with it the secrets of 1,000,000 unwritten lives. The city was a mess. The world was a disaster. And as I dipped my pen into the blackberry juice and started a new page, I knew that the silence would never be loud enough to drown us out again. The secrets were no longer outside. They were here, in the ink, in the light, and in the messy, beautiful words of the people who refused to be deleted. The story was only just beginning, and for once, I didn't want to know how it ended. The man with the feather cloak who called himself Hallow didn't just bring a story, he brought a scent. He smelled of ozone and old film reels, the sharp, metallic tang of a thunderstorm trapped in a basement. He didn't wait for an invitation to the table. He simply cleared a space between a stack of medical journals and a collection of discarded poetry and began to lay out objects. A rusted key that hummed, a photograph of a house that seemed to be melting, and a small glass vial filled with what looked like liquid starlight. "The logistics didn't just delete things," Hallow said, his voice a low vibration that made the kerosene flame dance. "They archived the incompatibles. They kept the parts of us that didn't fit into their grand equation in a place they called the static vault. But the vault has a leak. That's why the fog is getting thicker. That's why the girl can walk through mirrors." I watched his hands. They were steady, unlike mine, which still bore the faint tremor of a man who had spent too many years erasing the truth. "The static vault," I repeated. "Where is it?" Hallow looked at me, his eyes two dark pits beneath the brim of his hat. "It's everywhere. It's the space between the seconds on a clock. It's the shadow you cast when there's no light. But right now, in Seattle, it's manifesting at the center of the grid, the old federal building. They've turned it into a processing hub for the unmaking." Elena leaned forward, her face pale in the lamplight. "They're unmaking people, not just deleting their records, but undoing them." "Total systemic reconciliation," Hallow said. "If you don't exist in the data, you shouldn't exist in the flesh. It's a cleanup operation. They realized that leaving the waste to wander the streets was a risk. We're variables, and variables lead to chaos." The thrumming outside intensified. It wasn't just a sound anymore. It was a physical pressure, a weight against the stone walls of the basement. The unfinished room felt smaller, the thousands of books pressing in like a crowd of silent witnesses. Minnow reached out and took my hand. Her skin was cold, but her grip was firm. "They're looking for the heart of the glitch," she whispered. "They're looking for you, Miller." I looked down at my notebook. The ink was still wet, the blackberry juice staining the fibers of the paper a deep, bruised crimson. I was the one who had started the cascade. By refusing to file that last report, by keeping the boy in the yellow raincoat alive in my mind, I had created a knot in the thread. And now, The machine was trying to pull the thread tight until the knot snapped. "We can't just stay here," I said, the realization hitting me with the force of a physical blow. "If we stay here, we're just a library waiting to be burned. We have to push back." "Push back how?" Silas asked, his mismatched eyes flashing. "We're ghosts, we're errors, we don't have weapons." "We have the narrative," I said, standing up. The chair scraped harshly against the floor. "The logistics thrive on certainty. They thrive on the straight line. But the world is currently a smudge. If we can reach the vault, if we can reach the federal building, we can break the seal. We can let the almost out completely. We can turn the smudge into a flood." Silas laughed, a dry, rattling sound. "You want to drown the world in the impossible. You want to turn Seattle into a dream that never ends." "I want to give people back their names," I countered. "I want the woman with the moths to find her daughter. I want the clockmaker to have his hands back. If the price of that is a world that doesn't make sense to a computer, then I'm willing to pay it." The woman with the birdcage stood up. The white moths inside fluttered frantically, their wings casting strobing patterns of light across the room. "I'll go," she said. "If there's a chance she's in there in the static, I'll go." One by one, they stood. Elena was the last, her eyes searching mine for a sign of doubt. She found none. I was done being an auditor. I was done being the man who watched the world through a glass screen, waiting for the errors to be corrected. "We move through the fog," Hallow said, adjusting his cloak. "It's our element now. The remnants see in infrared and logic. They won't be able to track a story that hasn't been written yet." We left the basement, ascending the stairs into the cold, wet reality of the city. The transition was jarring. The air outside was no longer just air. It was a thick, translucent soup of half-formed images and muffled sounds. I saw a street lamp that was weeping oil. I saw a car parked at the curb that had turned into a cluster of giant, rusted sunflowers. The city was dissolving, the is losing its grip on the what might have been. We walked in a tight formation, Hallow leading the way with his ticking silver bird. The bird's chirps acted as a sonar, bouncing off the edges of reality and guiding us through the gaps. We avoided the main thoroughfares, sticking to the alleyways where the trash cans were overflowing with discarded memories. Old dolls that whispered secrets, newspapers with headlines from the future, shoes that still held the warmth of feet that had been deleted. As we neared the downtown core, the atmosphere changed. The fog became gray and sterile, smelling of bleach and cold plastic. This was the territory of the remnants. The almost was being pushed back here, compressed into a tight, suffocating order. The buildings were perfectly straight, their windows reflecting a sky that was a flat, featureless white. "The neutralization zone," Silas whispered, his colorful coat turning a dull, industrial gray. "They're stabilizing the environment." We saw them then, the remnants. They were tall, spindly figures dressed in suits of seamless gray fabric. Their faces were smooth, featureless masks of polished chrome, reflecting the distorted world around them. They moved with a terrifying, synchronized precision, their limbs clicking like the parts of a well-oiled machine. They weren't searching, they were harvesting. They carried long glass rods that they pressed against the walls, the pavement, and the air itself. Wherever the rods touched, the color bled out of the world, leaving behind a void of perfect, empty white. We crouched behind a pile of crates that were slowly turning into cardboard boxes full of rain. "How do we get past them?" Elena whispered. I looked at the notebook in my hand. "We don't go around them, we go through them. We need a distraction, something they can't calculate." I turned to Min. "Can you draw something on the air?" She looked at me confused. "On the air?" "The logic is weak here," I said, gesturing to the shimmering haze of the fog. "If you believe the air is a canvas, it becomes one. Draw the sun. Draw the sunflower you showed me in the basement. Give them a variable they can't reconcile." Minnow nodded. her small face set in a mask of concentration. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a fresh piece of charcoal. She didn't press it against a wall. She pressed it against the mist. To my amazement, a black line appeared, suspended in the air. It didn't fall. It didn't fade. She moved her hand in a wide, sweeping arc, and a giant, jagged sun began to take shape in the middle of the alleyway. As she worked, the charcoal began to glow. The black lines turned into searing veins of gold. The remnants stopped, their chrome heads tilted in unison, the light of the charcoal sun reflecting in their blank faces. They moved toward it, their glass rods extended. Now Hallow hissed. We ran. We sprinted across the open street, our footsteps echoing with a hollow, metallic ring. The remnants didn't turn. They were mesmerized by the impossibility of the drawing, their processors struggling to categorize a sun that was made of charcoal and light, a sun that had no place in a world of gray lines. We reached the base of the federal building. It was a monolithic structure of black stone and glass, rising into the white sky like a tombstone. There were no doors, no windows at the ground level. It was a closed loop. There's no way in, Silas said, running his hands over the smooth stone. It's solid. It's not solid, I said, remembering Hallow's words. It's an archive, and every archive has an index. I pulled out my obsidian key, the one I had retrieved from the bay, the one that shouldn't have existed. I didn't look for a keyhole. I looked for a flaw. I looked for the place where the stone felt a little less certain, where the shadows seemed to pool more deeply. I found it near the corner of the building, a hairline fracture in the reality of the structure, a tiny gap where the almost was trying to breathe. I pressed the key into the crack. The building didn't creak, it shivered. The black stone rippled like water, the surface dissolving into a swirl of data and dust. A doorway opened, not a physical door, but a tear in the narrative. Inside, I commanded. We stepped through the tier and into the heart of the machine. The interior of the federal building was a nightmare of geometry. There were no floors, only a series of interconnected catwalks that stretched into an infinite glowing void. Thousands of glass spheres hung from the ceiling, each one pulsing with a dim, flickering light. Inside the spheres, I could see shapes, people, houses, trees, moments of time, frozen in a state of permanent suspension. The static vault, Hallow whispered, his cloak ruffling in a wind that didn't exist. The library of the deleted. The sound here was deafening. It wasn't a thrumming or a clicking. It was a scream. A billion voices, all trying to speak at once, all muffled by the glass of their prisons. It was the sound of the world's collective memory, stripped of its context and stored as raw data. We have to break the spheres, Alina said, her voice trembling. We have to let them out. If we break them all at once, the shock will destroy the city, Silas warned. The Is can't handle that much almost in a single burst. It'll be a total systemic collapse. Then we don't just break them, I said, looking up at the vast, shimmering web of lost lives. We reintegrate them. We use the notebook. I opened my ledger to the first page. The first witness has arrived, I read aloud. My voice echoed through the void, amplified by the geometry of the room. She is reclaiming the deleted. She wears the boots of the messenger. As I read, the spheres nearest to us began to vibrate. The shapes inside started to move, their colors brightening. Keep reading, Miller, Alina shouted. Give them a path back. I began to read the stories we had written in the basement. I read about the clockmaker and the woman with the moths. I read about the boy in the yellow raincoat and the city that breathed and bled. I read the metaphors and the riddles, the weaponized fictions we had crafted to hide our trail. As the words left my lips, they took on a physical form. They became threads of black ink, weaving through the air and wrapping around the glass spheres. The ink didn't break the glass, it dissolved it. The people inside didn't fall. They stepped out onto the catwalks, their bodies flickering as they regained their weight, their history, their isness. The woman with the moths let out a cry of joy as a small girl with hair like spun silk emerged from a sphere nearby. The moths flew toward the girl, surrounding her in a halo of white light. But the machine was fighting back. The floor beneath us began to hum, and the catwalks started to rearrange themselves, trying to pull us apart. From the depths of the void, a new kind of remnant emerged. These weren't the gray-suited harvesters. These were the architects. They were towering entities made of pure light and geometric shapes, their movements accompanied by the sound of grinding gears and shattering glass. "They're trying to rewrite the room," Hallow shouted, his silver bird chirping a frantic, high-pitched warning. One of the architects raised a hand, and the catwalk beneath Sila's vanished. He plummeted into the void, his colorful coat fluttering like a dying butterfly. "Sila's," Alina screamed. But Sila's didn't fall. As he descended, he reached out and grabbed a handful of the ink threads I had created. He swung himself back up, his mismatched eyes burning with a fierce, defiant light. "I'm a clockmaker," he yelled at the architect, "and your time is up." He pulled a handful of gears from his pocket, the ones that counted backward, and threw them at the entity. The gears didn't bounce off. They embedded themselves in the light, their rhythmic ticking slowing the architect's movements until it froze into a jagged statue of golden glass. "We need to get to the central hub," Hallow pointed to a massive sphere at the very top of the vault. It wasn't flickering like the others. It was a solid, blinding white. "That's the core. That's the Auditor General, the source of the script." We began to climb. The catwalks were a shifting maze, the architects closing in from all sides. We fought them with the only weapons we had, our stories. Alina sang a song her mother had taught her, a melody that turned the air into a thicket of thorns that slowed the machines. Minnow threw handfuls of charcoal, creating clouds of darkness that blinded the entities of light. I kept reading. My voice was hoarse, my throat burning, but I didn't stop. I was the bridge. I was the one holding the narrative together. If I stopped, the ink threads would snap, and everyone we had freed would vanish back into the static. We reached the final platform. The Auditor General loomed above us, a sphere of such intense purity that it hurt to look at. It didn't speak with a voice, it spoke with a command. It was the ultimate no, the final delete. "The record is incomplete," the command pulsed through my brain, threatening to melt my thoughts. "The error must be purged. The narrative must be closed." I stood before the sphere, my notebook open, my pen poised. I felt the weight of the logistics, the crushing pressure of 1 billion perfect, empty lives. I felt the desire to give in, to let the white light wash away the pain, the mess, and the uncertainty. It would be so easy to be deleted, to not have to remember. But then I felt a small hand slip into mine. Minnow was standing beside me. She wasn't afraid. She was looking at the Auditor General with an expression of pure, unadulterated curiosity. "It's just a big, blank page, isn't it?" she whispered. I looked at the sphere again. She was right. It wasn't a god. It wasn't a machine. It was a void. It was the absence of a story. I looked at the Auditor General and smiled. "You're wrong," I said, my voice steady and clear. "The record isn't incomplete. It's just getting started." I didn't use the pen to write. I used it to draw a single, jagged line across the surface of the white sphere. A line of blackberry ink, dark and messy and full of life. The sphere cracked. A sound like 1,000 mirrors breaking at once filled the vault. The white light shattered, and from within the Auditor General, a flood of color erupted. It wasn't just the almost. It was everything. Every dream, every mistake, every unfinished thought, every secret the fog had ever held. The federal building exploded, not with fire, but with existence. I felt myself falling, the world spinning into a kaleidoscope of light and sound. I saw the city of Seattle below me, the fog lifting as the almost poured into the streets, filling the gaps in the buildings, the people, and the sky. I saw the boy in the yellow raincoat finally catching his balloon. I saw the sunflowers on the cars turning into real petals and blowing away in a wind that smelled of salt water and hope. The last thing I saw before the darkness took me was the notebook, its pages fluttering in the gale, the inclines dancing as they rewrote the world. The story doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to be told. And for the first time in the history of the world, everyone was telling their own. The sensation of falling didn't end in a crash. It ended in a soft, damp thud against the cobblestones of Post Alley. For a long time I lay there, the smell of roasted coffee and brine filling my lungs, real smells, sharp and unrefined. The oppressive sterile scent of bleach was gone. I opened my eyes to a sky that was no longer a flat, white ceiling. It was a bruised purple, swirling with the remnants of the gold and black ink storm we had unleashed. I sat up, my joints aching with a terrestrial heaviness I had almost forgotten. Beside me, the obsidian key lay in the gutter, now nothing more than a dull piece of volcanic glass. It had no more doors to open. The almost and the is had collided with such force that the boundary between them had turned into a permanent, shimmering seam. Miller. It was Alina. She was leaning against a brick wall that was half covered in moss and half covered in glowing, translucent circuitry that pulsed like a heartbeat. She looked exhausted, her coat torn, but her eyes were clear. She wasn't a ghost anymore. She had a shadow, long and dark, stretching out across the wet ground. "I'm here," I croaked. I looked around for the others. Sila's was a few yards away, sitting cross-legged and painstakingly reassembling a pocket watch. It wasn't the backward counting device from before. It was a simple brass piece, and as he snapped the casing shut, it began to tick with a steady, forward rhythm. He looked up and gave me a grim, satisfied nod. Hallow was gone, or perhaps he had simply become part of the shadows again. His purpose as a guide fulfilled now that the map had been rewritten. But it was Minnow who drew my gaze. She was standing in the center of the alley, her hands outstretched. The charcoal sun she had drawn on the mist hadn't vanished. It had drifted down from the sky and was now hovering a few inches above the pavement, a low-burning hearth of amber light that warmed the damp air. People were emerging from the doorways of the nearby buildings. Not remnants, not auditors, but people. They looked dazed. They were touching their own faces, feeling the stubble on their chins or the weight of their earrings. A man in a tattered business suit stood staring at his hands, sobbing quietly because he remembered the name of his first dog. The woman with the moths passed by us, her daughter's hand clutched tightly in hers. The girl wasn't flickering anymore. She was solid, her yellow raincoat vibrant against the gray brick. "The logistics," Alina whispered, coming to stand beside me. "What happens to them now?" I looked toward the downtown core. The old federal building was still there, but it had changed. It was no longer a tombstone of black glass. It was covered in a wild, riotous growth of ivy that shimmered with iridescent light. The rigid geometry of the city was softening. Buildings that had been perfectly straight now leaned at comfortable human angles. The unmaking had been reversed, but the world wasn't what it used to be. It was a collage. A beautiful, messy, unpredictable smudge. "They can't process this," I said. "A system built on binary can't survive a world that's become a poem. The remnants, they'll either find a soul or they'll simply stop moving. You can't harvest a garden that grows faster than you can weed it." I reached into my pocket and felt the notebook. It was heavy, the leather cover warm against my palm. I pulled it out and opened it. The pages were no longer filled with my cramped, sterile reports. They were filled with the stories of the people we had freed. Names, dates, favorite colors, the way the light hits the sound in mid-July. It was an archive of the soul.
Where am I?
"What do we do now?" Minnow asked, walking over to us. She looked smaller now, just a child again, though her eyes held the wisdom of someone who had seen the underside of reality. "We keep writing," I said. "The world is going to be confusing for a while. People are going to wake up with memories that don't match their surroundings. They're going to find things in their pockets that shouldn't exist. They're going to need someone to tell them it's okay to be in error." We walked out of the alley and onto the main street. The fog was still there, but it wasn't the suffocating shroud of the logistics. It was a light morning mist, the kind that promises a clear day ahead. In the distance, I could hear the sound of a foghorn, a real one, deep and resonant, echoing off the hills. The city of Seattle was waking up, not as a grid, but as a living, breathing entity. I saw a man painting a mural on a wall that hadn't existed yesterday. I saw a woman selling flowers that changed color when you breathed on them. The almost was no longer a threat. It was the spice of life. I stopped at a park bench and sat down. I took out my pen, the one with the blackberry ink, and turned to a fresh page in the notebook. "What are you writing?" Alina asked, sitting beside me and resting her head on my shoulder. I looked at the sun rising over the Cascades, the light catching the gold threads that now wove through the clouds. I thought about the boy in the raincoat, the clockmaker, and the man I used to be, the man who thought the world could be filed away in a cabinet. I began to write. "The fog outside no longer holds secrets," I wrote. "It holds possibilities. The errors have become the architects, the ghosts have become the guests, and the story is finally ours to tell." I closed the book. The ink was still wet, but I didn't worry about it smudging. Some things are better when they're a little blurred at the edges. We sat there for a long time, watching the world become itself again. It wasn't perfect. It was loud and strange and riddled with glitches. But as the sun climbed higher, burning away the last of the sterile gray, I knew one thing for certain. The auditor was dead. The witness was alive. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't just observing the world. I was in it.
can't find the way out.